Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Ordinary Council meeting Wednesday, the 17th of June, 2026. We've just been, General Manager Aaron and I have been across to we've got the Institute of Public Works Engineering Conference in the Kingaroy Town Hall. There's 150 people have come, and our Minister, Peter Coombs, couldn't find a park, so he's just arrived now and that's the reason why, because we've got so many people in town. But it was a wonderful meet and greet last night, and they're having their conference here, which was called off in March because of the flooding, and now they've put it back on here. So it's great to have that economic boost to the region, but also the engineers from across southwest Queensland, and they're able to share ideas and get information. And 2 years ago, our council won the award for the best project in southwest Queensland. It was for for all of Queensland, for the chamber, for the Kingaroy CBD upgrades. That was awarded across Queensland. So that was and we recognise that this morning as well. So welcome everyone. Welcome to those listening online, to those in the gallery, and to our council team. So I call on now ask Peter Coombs, the church member from Mergen Uniting Church, to come forward and offer prayers for the conduct of the meeting. Thank you.
Morning all, Mayor, councillors and attendees. I'll probably put that up here. It's great that you enable this to happen. Today I want to cogitate, not for too long, on why God. Put it another way, where would you be without God? Okay, in this day and culture, there is usually a mindset of what's in it for me? Well, let's help that along a little bit. How about being a Christian, following Christ makes life better? It gives you inner peace, and I don't know any way of life that is better, nor have I seen anyone who is more content than a genuinely faithful servant of Christ. Sure, there's times when you're down, under pressure, suffering, but God is always ready to help if you know God. How do you know God's there in the first place? That's a hard one to answer, as it is different for each one of us. The best example for me was when we're sliding off an ice-covered road in Bosnia-Herzegovina during their war, and I just knew that we were going to be okay as we rolled over the edge of the reasonable edge and down onto the side of the vehicle. It was a soft-skinned Land Rover. There was certainly faith on display, faith that God was with me and that I had faith in God, although at the time it could have been questioned. It takes time and effort to know God better. Can you remember when you first tried to drive a vehicle? Especially if it was a manual. I hope you're not as rough on the gears, etc., as you were then. Practice made the activity better, to the extent that you now drive without much thought of changing gears, braking, etc. It's like that with getting to know God and follow God. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. But the difference is that your life gets better. That could also include caring for our bodies, such as better sleeping. There's an old Sunday school song that has a line like, "Take to God in prayer." That has helped me get to sleep when there's so many thoughts racing through my mind, or I'm coughing and spluttering at 2:30 this morning. Usually, I then wake up with a better plan and less stress. In other words, trust God and get on the right path. The Bible is full of examples where faith made a huge difference to people's lives. From Abraham in Genesis, in the Old Testament, who had a child when he was 100 years old, and his wife Sarah was in her 90s. My wife's scared of that. To all the healing in the New Testament. However, the good news doesn't just stop there. Faith is seen in many places. Sometimes you don't even recognise it. Yeah, the trick with faith is that God doesn't answer every prayer when you want something. I'll take an extreme example. It would be wonderful to pray that all our roads could be fixed this year. The answer may be that, yes, they will be fixed, but with a different timeline. There's a whole lot more to prayer and walking with God that I don't know yet, but I'm still learning. So let's pray. God of miracles, may I embrace the unbelievable as I follow you, remembering that through you all things are possible. Help me and the counsellors to let go of all that I cannot control and seek your guidance. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Blessings upon you in the meeting.
Thank you very, very much for those wise and kind words. So we're also, everyone's dressed in maroon today because we're all Queensland supporters, apart from those who are dressed in blue, which I'm not sure. I think we've got most of the team around the table are Queensland supporters. Hands up who supports New South Wales. We got one down the back in the gallery, but yeah, no, it's traditional that we're very much wear our colours, and down the back in the council meeting rooms, you'll see some of our managers and staff are wearing a little bit of blue, but I'm quite confident that the maroons are in our council team of about 330 staff, that probably the majority of them, I'd say, are maroon supporters. So we're very parochial about that. And yeah, it's great to see Councillor Potter has actually got the Go Queensland flag in front of her computer there. So very, very much a Queensland supporter, a maroon supporter. So now I'll call on Councillor Linda Little to do the recognition of the traditional owners.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on where we meet today, the Waka Waka country, and pay my respects to elders past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Little. So now we're moving on to deputation petitions. So we've got item 6.1, deputation Rachel and Darren Ziski, talking about the biosolid project in Nanango. So call on Rachel and Darren, and they can speak for, I think it's up to 10 minutes. Thank you. And I believe that Rachel is going to do a PowerPoint presentation, and Darren's going to speak to the presentation. So you need to use the microphones because this is all live streamed.
Good morning. Yes, as Mayor has said, I'm Rachel Ziski, this is Darren. We live on the corner of Module Crossing Road and the Burnett Highway. So today I'm going to do a presentation regarding, well, for considerations. Oh, sorry, why is that not going? Okay, yes, this presentation was compiled by myself, and we are petitioning or giving the council considerations as to why they should deny this application. Okay, this is the site location on the corner of Mondula Crossing Road and the Burnett Highway. As you can see, the company is BYV Organics and Viterra, and they have quite a significant holding. But the little red box up the top there is where their approximate plant site is. Okay, so our opposition or the considerations can be organised into 4 groups: economic, Okay. Scientific, environmental, and zoning and planning frameworks. Now, I'm not going to read everything because I'm very aware of time, but you all have a copy of the presentation in front of you, and feel free to read that as we go along. Okay, let's deal with the economics. The development application suggests three main economic advantages for the region for this proposal. One is employment, the other is a circular economy, and the third is increase in regional gross output. Let's deal with one of those in turn, economics. Okay, during the construction phase, they claim 80 plus jobs. I'll leave you to read the excerpt from their economics report there. Okay, but our considerations are that the jobs are going to be temporary in the construction phase. Many will come from outside the region, as they have suggested, because the plant is quite technical in nature, and the installation will have to be equally as technical. And also the other consideration for us is that while those 80 jobs are here, they are going to put pressure on the accommodation in both Kingaroy and Nango, which are quite often booked out due to Toorong shutdowns. Okay, let's go on with employment. The ongoing employment is less than 18 personnel. They've also suggested that many of these jobs will have to be brought into the region because they're basically saying that this region doesn't have enough educated people to run the plant. So we're suggesting that many of these positions will be brought in from outside the region. The jobs may end up being drive-in, drive-out, which doesn't particularly benefit the region. And it's also consideration that it's not a big addition for jobs compared to industries like Mianju and Swiggers. Now, the circular economy argument, the reported benefits are a relation to the costs of waste disposal that the council currently has, and looking to have council supply the inputs. But as far as we're aware, local sources of the biosolids and the non-recyclable waste they intend to use have not been sought or seriously discussed with this council, or any other local potential waste sources have not been discussed. So, yeah, we're sort of, if currently the proposal for the pilot plant is that all the biosolids will be trucked in from outside the region, and we assert that this may continue to do so if it's more profitable for the company to do this. The other thing to consider is how much will the council have to pay to have its waste taken by this company, because they wouldn't be doing this unless it's a profitable business. So we assert that they are getting paid quite handsomely to take the biosolids from the Sunshine Coast where it's currently sourced. And it's also very unclear that the fertiliser that they produce will be suitable for use on the dominant agricultural uses of this region, which are currently, in cropping terms, quite often a food-related crop like peanuts or corn. So let's go to the gross economic output. The main assertion here is that, well, we think it's very unclear that they can claim that there's an increase in the gross output from the region when currently all the inputs that they're suggesting are from outside the region. So the potential flow-on benefits are also unclear. The fact that the report focuses on a pilot facility, not the full, and should be noted that the economic report they submitted to council is a draft. Local input sources and output markets for the expansion of the plant are not really adequately researched. It was intimated that the local biosolids were not adequately treated, so it met their strict input criteria. They've sent us such in an email. And similarly, for the non-recyclable waste, it's reported that current local sources have potential, but are yet unviable. Scientific, okay, this is not without scientific precedent. There's a similar plant in Victoria, but it does have some very key differences worthy of note. It's located next to a wastewater treatment plant, which is one of our major points of well, interest or contention, is that wouldn't this be better put next to the source of their inputs? And that plant down there does not appear to have any emission concerns related to how the heat is produced for the drying process. I researched it, but I could not find what the heat source was, so I'm assuming it's electricity. Ours is a very high temperature, well, this project wants to use a very high temperature vortex furnace that's powered by non-recyclable waste. Okay, there's also several technical and environmental challenges that have been identified with this already operating plant. At the end of this presentation, you'll see a list of references, and the challenges that were identified were with the process and the application of the finished product. There's also been other trials of turning biosolids into biochar, and there's also challenges identified with those. There's the need to heat biosolids to over 850 degrees to destroy PFAS, which is an emerging significant challenge for biosolids. And also the release of noxious nitrous and sulphur oxide during the biosolids heating drying process is also a serious consideration. There are not quite a few, but there are studies that highlight other concerning challenges with this type of project. PFAS, as I have alluded to before, microplastics are an emerging but very serious complication with biosolids locally. Heavy metals. If you dry a wet product and then, you know, it's something that's up to 50% water and might have a set metal concentration, if you dry it, you're just going to concentrate the heavy metals into that fertiliser product. Okay, there's also nitrogen and phosphorus detrimental effects, and these challenges were not suitably addressed in the development application associated reports to this council. Environmental factors consider is wildlife, risk of bushfire, potential for contamination, the carbon footprint of this plant, energy efficiency, air quality and emissions, and the potential for a reduction in amenity due to those things, due to all of those factors I outlined there. And by the way, a lot of the background photos you see in these are photos of our farm. This is our farm in Flood. Now, our farm is directly below this site. All that flood water flows into Barkers Creek and then onto the Bjorka-Peterson Dam. That is also a consideration. And also we need to look at the cost of remediation if there is some kind of contamination issue. Who's going to pay those costs? Okay, this is impact assessable, as the council would know, which means it has to be referred to SARA, which is the State Assessment and Referral Authority. Okay, many potential environmental impacts of the plant, such as those identified in previous slides, have not been addressed in the development application. And hence, SARA has twice sought clarification from BYV for all of those aspects that I'll leave you to read there. We have the SARA requests from information, and I can give that to the council if they so require. And also, it should be noted that several of the reports pertaining to aspects such as ecology and agronomy have actually been prepared by the company themselves, which we feel represents a significant conflict of interest and suggests that the research and rigour required to adequately assess this project is not being present. And also, interestingly, there's no social impact study done. Now, this is not strictly a requirement for this type of development being high impact, but it would have highlighted the stigma that local residents would feel detracts from the beauty and attractiveness of this area. So let's move on to the framework. There are no high impact zones currently in the South Burnett. There's a reason for that. And there are, however, high impact zones closer to what they're proposing are the current sources of the biosolids. So why not place the plant there? Proposed site is Class A agricultural land. There's only 7% Class A agricultural land in Queensland. So, and both local council and Queensland have policies designed to protect agricultural land. So it's obviously a priority. The proposed plant could arguably be classed as special impact. The definition of special impact is listed there. Okay, so and this proposed project fits all of those criteria, which takes it up another level from high impact industry. Now, our argument there is that why not place the plant on a special industry zone land, which decreases the possibility of negative impacts that I've been discussing earlier. And we should also point out that there's large areas of special impact on the disused portions of Meandu mine. So if this industry must be here, why can't it be placed on those areas where it has minimal impact on surrounding farms? Okay, zoning's also designed to protect all of those features there. You can read that at your own leisure. Okay, and this project potentially affects all of those categories. Okay, and also noted that BYV Organics owns the land portion adjacent to the site that has significant amount of creek flat and Barker's Creek frontage. So you can see there, I've highlighted it there. That's the portion that actually isn't well highlighted in any of the reports that have gone to council. So they have really tried to...
Barker's Creek there for anyone who can't understand.
Yeah. So they have really tried not to highlight the fact that they have direct access to Creek Flat and Barker's Creek riparian zone. Okay, so we also like to point out concerns regarding precedents that this sets. The entire holding is rezoned to high impact. Then the company may apply in the future to place another special or high impact on the same block. Council and BYV may be subject to litigation should there be found to be short or long-term environmental or amenity-related detriments resulting from this project. And approving a material change of use from one extreme, Class A land, to high impact may be construed as showing a disrespect to the Queensland planning framework and a little bit hypocritical of the Regional Council's own planning and zoning framework, as in protecting of rural lands, and it sets a dangerous precedent for the region. If one company can do this, the other companies are going to try and do the same thing. This is a little koala we picked up on our road. We have, not for this purpose, but yeah, she was sick and we picked her up and put her in our lounge room about 2 years ago, and then called the authorities to come and get her, and she was rehabilitated. Okay, so for that, I'm conscious of time. So on behalf of Darren and myself, our neighbours and all of concerned residents, we thank you for consideration and listening to this presentation. Please read through, I know this has been rushed, so please read through the paper version of the presentation I was given today. Yeah. Okay, and that's all I have to say for today.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Darren, for the presentation, and a report will come back to council. Obviously, the development application, will that be the report, CEO Mark, or will that, at this point, that will be the outcome? So we'll just, the report will be the development application coming to council.
Yeah,
thank you.
No, we're aware that they've applied for an extension on the assessment period. And so, yeah, we would like the opportunity to do this again closer to the assessment period if they've indeed changed a lot of aspects of their application.
Yes, I think that's fine. Just go through that same process again. Just contact the CEO, and we can, as long as you get in time for the
exactly
council meeting. That's just as the timelines. Thanks to get it on the agenda.
Again.
Thank you. Thank you both. So Councillor Perkins, did you want?
I just wonder whether we could get a photo of Rachel and Darren with their presentation. That's okay?
Yeah, okay. So Rachel and Darren, Jane wants to get a photo. Councillor Jane wants to get a photo of you. If that's okay. Sorry. And I think, Daniel, yes, from Bernard Today and Celeste, would you like to take a photo?
Can we put the screen up? Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Thank you very much. So now we're moving on to the next item, which is a petition, Blackbutt RSL support for the Blackbutt Rail Trail Precinct Memorial Project. That is item 6.2 on page 8. So that is that the officer's recommendation is that the report be received for information. So someone like to move that, Councillor Little, someone to second that, Councillor Potter. Councillor Little, I believe you wanted to speak to this one.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have something in my divisional update, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on this recommendation? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th of May 2026, item 7.1 on page 9 of the agenda. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th of May 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that, Councillor Height, second by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is 7.2 on page 35, minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 28th of May. So that's on page 35. And the recommendation is that the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 28th of May 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So the mayoral minute, item 8.1 on page 43. I do have a mayoral minute. And I'm going to move that the South Burnett Regional Council, it's to do with the changes to disaster recovery. South Burnett Regional Council, 1, sign the petition at listen2queensland.com disaster funding and promote it within our communities. Number 2, make a formal submission to NEMA regarding the proposed DRFA changes. Number 3, oppose the changes announced. And number 4, write to the Minister for Local Government and Water and Minister for Fire, Disaster Recovery and Volunteers to advise them of our opposition to the changes, as well as our federal MPs and Queensland senators calling on them to oppose these changes. So these changes, and I would like someone to second that. I'm moving that. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. So these changes were quietly announced on Friday the 5th of June 2026 in a 5 p.m. media release. They will fundamentally alter the way disaster response and recovery are managed in Queensland. In their current form, these changes have the potential to financially break councils. What the proposed changes mean for our council: a shift to a flat 50-50 cost sharing arrangement. Queensland currently receives up to 75 cents in every dollar from the Commonwealth. Under the proposed changes, Queensland communities stand to lose out on hundreds of millions of dollars of funding annually. Betterment funding has been slashed. Access to programs such as Category D betterment and DRFA efficiencies, which have been enormously successful in protecting Queenslanders, is over. The Disaster Ready Fund, which the Commonwealth refers to as a replacement for these cancelled betterment programs, has been cut from $200 to $142.5 million in FY 2026-27. So the window to act is narrow. The Commonwealth Government has opened a 2-month consultation period. So this motion was put forward and has been supported by Minister Anne Ley and also the LGAQ. So they're very supportive of that, and very appreciative that we're putting this to the council meeting today. So the Queensland has disaster upon disaster, and particularly like here in the South Burnett, we are still recovering from previous disasters, and we've got the one in March, and we've got $40 million left to spend on our roads and infrastructure. So it's a massive blow for our region, but also Queensland. So very hoping, and I know I'll get the support of the chamber to lobby for this to be reversed, this decision to be reversed. So I'll just any other comments? Does anyone else want to make a Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, because we all know that the impact it's going to have on our council, but on our council actually means on our ratepayers, and it also means on those who are affected by these disasters. It means that if someone's got to pick up the bill for it, and the bottom line is it's going to be the ratepayers or the property owners. So, you know, very, very fully supportive of this motion, and let's hope that the federal government sees some sense and see what they're doing to communities across Queensland, the state most affected by disaster.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Little.
So I just have a quick announcement. As you know, we're going down to Algon next week, and I can announce that I actually have a meeting with the Minister, Christy McBain. For us, we have a meeting, sorry, to discuss these issues.
So that's
and to bring to the forefront how it will really affect the South Burnett Regional Council and the rest of Queensland.
thank you. That's good news to know that we have that meeting. And I just wanted to thank CEO Mark for doing the research on the background to all of this, to make sure that we got the same. We're all singing from the same song sheet as far as supporting LGAQ and Minister Anne Lay, because I know when we had the community cabinet meeting and we had a dinner with Anne Lay, she was just simply devastated to let us know and talk about this, because it is a massive blow for Queensland. Councillor Erkins.
Just an aside, when you go down, you might remind the Minister that when the Bega Valley, she was, I believe, mayor of that area, and when they had those disastrous fires, that the Nanango community raised in one night $8,000 from a small, low socioeconomic area, and we raised that and sent that down to that community as showing support from our area to her. So you might actually remind her of that, and we actually have a video of the event that we held, if you'd like to show that to her as well.
Great idea, Jane, we will.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Yep, thank you. Just a couple of points to note that the cost to council will be extremely significant. It's not just on our roads, it's on our local infrastructure, and it's on our community and their infrastructure as well. So with that 40 million we're doing at the moment on our roads from the last lot of damage, so that would, the cost to us now, that would actually nearly all fall on us, and which is not fair on our ratepayers in our community. Queensland is one of the highest, I think it's Queensland, Western Australia and Northern Territory, I think, are the three main hit places that have the most disasters. With regards to the meeting you're going to have with Minister McBain, which is great, I'm really surprised after the online meeting that we attended with LGAQ and the Minister, but it'd be really good if we get some information from LGAQ that you guys could take with you as well. Yeah, that would be really good if you get their support as well for that meeting. But look, I'm not going to use the word sneaky, it's been used in this chamber before, but yeah, but I think we might have to in this case, because this was done almost under the cover of darkness, very covertly, and it affects all of us.
100%. Councillor Hyde.
I just wanted to make a comment on the betterment funding, because one of the frustrations I find is whenever we get a flood, the same old roads flood, and when we get funding to repair them, we just repair them to the same standard. It rains again a month later and they're damaged again. And where betterment is really good is we can do things like dig them out and do a concrete causeway, and then it's fixed forever. I mean, I talk about a little road near the Bunyas, which has about 6 people living on it, and it's miles away. And every time we have a flood, lots of water comes down the Bunyas, floods that bridge, and we have to go out and put more gravel. And if you go out there, you can see the last 6 lots of gravel all washed down there. Betterment funding is so important, because with betterment funding, we can dig it out, put a concrete causeway, fix forever. When it floods, it'll be underwater for a day, and then it's absolutely fine. And we don't have to send a grader 20 kilometres to go and fix it time and time again. So the reduction in the betterment is the one that really concerns me, because that is the way we can fix it once and for all, which is what we want to do with some of these areas.
Yes, 100% agree. Any other comments? No. So that's exactly right. So the betterment funding, and we went to a lot of trouble to do our LRAP, which was the plan for betterment funding, and I know we prioritised it carefully to get that right because we were excited that Queensland Reconstruction Authority were going to fund. It was non-competitive, and we were hoping that we could get some of that funding for our, as Councillor Height said, to upgrade those particular causeways and roads where there was continuous flooding and causing major issues. So that betterment has been completely slashed. So that is very, very disappointing. So any other comments, questions? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item number 10, which is our councillor divisional updates. So I will go first and give a mayor's update for the last month. Good morning, everyone. And we're all wearing maroon today because of the state of origin. And I also wanted to mention that on Queensland Day, Blackbutt and also the Blackbutt Bakery and also Lynard's Florist were both awarded the Premier's Awards for their particular categories in the bakery and the florist. So congratulations to them. We also I was really pleased to be part of the Farm Fest. I thought that was an amazing event. We took our farmers down to Farm Fest. There was 250 farmers and there was 5 buses. And the bus trip was fantastic, but when we stopped at Oakey and they were able to be addressed by Shane Webke and the morning tea there, I had farmers coming across to me on the trip back saying that they like just moved to tears about the fact that through that track funding that we were able to take the farmers down there. It was more about the interaction, just the day out to get them away from their day-to-day problems that they have faced with farming. And so it was wonderful to see so many farmers, but also we also had some young students from the ag students from across the region attended that as well, and some of them spoke on the buses, and it was just a fantastic event. So congratulations to Michelle from council and also Councillor Didita Potter, who was on that committee that helped to lead that track funding. We've had a lot of interesting visitors to our council chambers, including Pauline Hanson came, and for 2 hours we had her in the chambers talking about our issues, Senator Pauline Hanson. And then this week we've actually got Robbie Catter Jr. is going to be at the Ag Forum, and there's an opportunity to, the day before on the Thursday, they're having, he's meeting with some farmers out on a property at Cumbia, and there's an opportunity for councillors to catch up with Robbie Catter as well. But we also had the fantastic community cabinet meeting, which was an opportunity for our council and the whole community to meet with the Premier and the ministers. And so I think we got the lion's share of the meetings because we jumped in early and got, I think, about 9 meetings. You had 15 minutes with a minister or the Premier to talk about your issues or concerns, and it was just a wonderful opportunity. And then we were lucky enough to have the Minister Anne Lay at a dinner at Burke and Wills on that Monday night, which was also a great opportunity to share our concerns and what we'd like to see and advocate for our region. Particularly, we're asking for that 2,000 megalitres of water, which Minister Anne Lay is certainly looking to try and support us with that. So and then we went out to Cherbourg after we had the community cabinet. We had the country cabinet. We were invited as a council to that country cabinet, just the welcome section of it, And it was fantastic the way that Cherbourg hosted that event. And when we walked in, they all put the gold and red scarves around the necks of all of the VIPs and the ministers. It was just a spectacular event, and it was a great opportunity for Cherbourg Council to meet with the ministers and the Premier and host that wonderful event. So just a big shout out to Deb Frecklington for organising and making that happen for our region. So recently we had an elected members update where we hosted North Burnett in Mergen, and I've had so many compliments about the Parks and Gardens team, and I just want to give a big shout out to our Parks and Gardens team, because when I drove into Mergen and when I drive through Wandi and Kingaroy, our Parks and Gardens are just looking spectacular. And I walked over to the Parks and Gardens team, and they were cleaning a wall. There's a little bit of graffiti on a wall, and I just congratulated them and said how proud I was of our council team and the work that they're doing on the ground. And they were excited to get those accolades. And we've now got staff awards, and every month we award a staff member or a group for going the extra mile. And I think that's one of the things that we're doing a bit differently in this council, is to try and encourage our staff to just go that extra mile, and it's in our corporate plan. And they're excited to get those awards and be proud to carry the council badge and work for the council's team. And we've also reduced our number of the staff turnover. It was, I think last term was about 25 or 26%, and it's down now to about, I think it's 14% staff turnover. What is it? 14 to 16% staff turnover. So that's a big achievement, because and even when the Institute of Public Works and Engineering conference is in this town hall right now, and I think we are the council that's got the most. Are they the RPQ engineers? We've got more than most in our region. That we've just been able to retain that staff, and we've got a good engineering team, and they're led by General Manager Aaron. We're able to retain that high performance staff. I've just also wanted to quickly mention the sub-chamber finals. Nanango hosted the sub-chamber finals, and we've got representatives from Mergen, that won the Rural Ambassador and the Showgirl, and so they'll represent South Burnett at the sub-chamber finals at the Ekka. And the rich dark fruit cake was won by Gloria Fleming from Nanango. So it was good to see. It's shared around, but they certainly will do us proud at the Ekka. And finally, I just wanted to mention this Saturday is the Youth Council Community Expo, and I'm sure Councillor Potter will mention that one as well this Saturday, and also the Mergen Show and the Rockin' Our Abilities concert. So thank you, and have a great rest of the day, and go the Maroons. Now call on Councillor Jane to give the Division 1 update. Thank you.
Sorry, I hope our meeting's not interfering with your conversations. Good. Okay. Good. This month started off busy, and it didn't ease off. And I know that as a council, we work very closely together. So I'm hoping that I'm not stealing the thunder of some of my fellow councillors with some of the things that we did. Both Councillor Potter and I attended the Domestic and Family Violence Forum in Bundaberg. And this was funded through the state government and managed by the Local Government Association of Queensland. It was an excellent event, and we're already planning upcoming events for 16 days of activism from the 25th of November to the 10th of December. We'd like our campaign to highlight positive masculinity dialogues and collaborative efforts to end gender-based violence. We are also planning another Domestic Violence Month event at Ringsfield in May next year. Community events. The Nanango State High School hosted the Under 8s Day, and it was another great event, and Councillor Linda attended with me. We then went from there to the Nanango Community Centre, where they held a men's prostate cancer awareness morning tea at their building, which is the old Scout Hut. This was well attended, and Mayor Cathy also came over to it. I recommend this group as an excellent group for community to meet and interact with others. I loved comparing the fashion parade in Warrulan, which displayed the creative talent of Marg Engelman. The Nanango Theatre Company have had some excellent productions, and many are looking forward to their extensions of their little theatre. Our Ringsfield House monthly morning teas are building up each month, and we're now busy processing some new donations from local residents. I attended the Blackbutt Show with Mayor Duff and Councillor Little, which was another highly successful community event. Dead Cow Gully is an event that shows the endurance of competitors, and I attended the final stage of the event, and to see the pain of that the competitors shared with their support crew and those attending was very emotional to see those guys come across. They'd been running for 60-something hours, come across the line and just fall on the ground where they ate and drank with something like 60 seconds before they had to get up and start the next stage. Farmfest Toowoomba event that Mayor Cathy mentioned, I think one of the highlights of that trip for me was Shane Webke, who spoke on resilience. And the takeaway for me was that today may not be a good day, not every day is, but tomorrow is a new day. The Bush Conference was held in Longreach, and I took the opportunity to do a 3-night car camp and do a little sightseeing on the way. It was a great way to check out what councils and communities have done to encourage tourists who now travel that way. With my fellow councillors, we also visited the Stockman's Hall of Fame. This is an example of using a local resource, which is the story of the Stockman, and turned it into a tourist facility telling the story of the outback. There were some great sessions, and one of my favourite was the councils investigating the possibility of forming an insurance mutual. We all know, especially those who are involved with community groups, that so much of your time is spent raising funds to pay your insurance. And it's very disheartening. You get a group, they're so keen to get something done, they want to raise funds to do something for that project. But as I said, they spend so much of their time raising money to pay insurances. Councillors have sent reports into council on some of the sessions, and they will be included with next month's sessions to inform council of what happened there. But it was also good to have a conversation up there with the local government minister, Anne Leahy. The community cabinet, Mayor Cathy has already touched on it, but one of the takeaways for me was the opportunity to speak with Department of Main Roads. And one of the things that I've been pretty passionate about is the fact that in Nanango, council actually are responsible for the heavy vehicle bypass, and Main Roads is the Drayton Street the main street is Main Roads. So we have been working with Main Roads, and at every opportunity we raise the fact that we would love to swap those roads, and I believe that's fast becoming a reality. And if that happens, it's going to make it much better for our community to be able to hold local events in that town area. Since the traffic lights and the roundabouts, it's really, and the new rules and regulations through Main Roads has been very difficult, and it takes away that community feel of your town. So we're hopeful that that is going to happen. We also drove to Councillor Heath took us all down to the Sunshine Coast with Salvation Army captain, is he? See? And that gave us a great insight into what services they have down in place there for homeless. It was very interesting to see that most of these things are actually volunteer groups that are doing it, and There's limited funding by government agency, but it was a great opportunity also for us to build on the strong cohesion that we have. Councillors have all attended training during the last month, one done by state government and one by the local government association. It was good to join with North Burnett councillors and to be able to see that many of us have the same issues facing. It was good to be able to discuss them with them. The biosolid plant, DA, currently under discussion in Nanango. There appears to be a lot of misunderstanding on the process of a development application. Councillors can't decide a DA until the final formal decision stage. The assessment is done under Queensland planning laws with advice from specialist government agencies and consideration of submissions during the notification period. That is why we can't take sides before the statutory process is completed. But I've done my best to try and keep community updated as to what happens and to assure them that it is not a secret mission for council. It's not something that councillors, you guys, community are probably more aware of what's happening than many of our councillors are. So as I said, wherever possible, I've tried to make sure, and I'd just like to urge everyone that if you do have objections, there is that period to get those objections in and make sure that that's what you do, and make sure you base them on planning reasons, and they will all be considered. We have had a few reports of issues on our footpaths in Nanango, and all those have been submitted to council and they're investigating. Along with Councillor Linda, Deb and Mayor Kathy, we went up to the Bunya Mountains, and I think the Bunya Mountain, living here is a bit like living at the beach. You don't go to the beach unless you have a visitor. And it's a bit like that with the Bunya Mountains. I know the only time I ever go up there is when I have visitors. So I'd like to encourage people to go up there. Councillor Linda will give you all the information on it. On behalf of our community, and I don't know if I'm stealing this off anyone, I was very sorry to see Denise King finish her work at council. And I know that a lot of the community groups will be very sorry to hear that Denise has retired, because people putting in for funding, especially through our discretionary funds, Denise was just actually so helpful and helped everyone struggling through their paperwork. We have a new young fella there now, and I'm sure he will do just as good a job. But I know I've taken up a lot of time, Kathy. I apologise, but it was a busy month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Janes. Call on Councillor Linda to give the Division 2 update. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I don't think I'm going to take quite as long as Councillor Erkins. Yeah, she's stolen most of my thunder anyway. So I know I always start my divisional update with, well, it's been a very busy month, but I can assure you this month has been much busier than normal. Councillor Erkins, Potter and Deneen and I travelled to Longreach to attend the Rural and Remote Bush Council Conference. The trip was a great opportunity to see how regions like ours are surviving in these uncertain economic times. I would like to say that every town we travelled through has beautiful parks and gardens, lots of interesting sculptures, and plenty of points of interest for tourists, visitors, and residents to enjoy. Like our parks and gardens teams, every council region on our travels obviously takes very great pride in their towns. The week we were away was very enlightening, with very interesting guest speakers, including mayors and CEOs from the rural and remote councils. It was also great to see some of our state politicians there to make very important announcements. Thank you to Councillor Erkins for recording all the sessions so we are able to produce a comprehensive report for Council next month. Mayor Kathy and I attended the Blackbutt Tennis Club AGM, where President Roy and Secretary Nolene hung up their tennis shoes and have passed on balls and rackets to the new committee. Roy and Nolene have both given many years to the tennis club, and we wish them well now that they take a rest from the day-to-day running of the club. Congratulations to the new committee, and I wish you all the best in the future. FarmFest Field Day bus trip was a huge success, and we cannot thank TRAC enough for the grant funding that made this day possible. The feedback has been very positive, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed the morning tea break with Shane Webke. His speech and no-nonsense approach to mental health and awareness resonated with all of us. We as a community were very privileged to host the state government cabinet members in Kingaroy recently. Having the opportunity to speak with ministers directly about what is important to us as a council and region is very important to us. We need to achieve good outcomes that benefit all of us. Here's hoping that we can all get the things we asked for. I'm pleased to be able to confirm with my community that the Blackbutt RSL has now signed a lease with council for a portion of the land on the Blackbutt section of the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail. This lease will now allow the Blackbutt RSL sub-branch to move forward with their planning, apply for grant funding, and to start thinking about the construction of the new memorial. This is a very exciting project and will enhance the visitor experience along the rail trail. I've also attended a community meeting with interested community members and current leaseholders on the rail trail to discuss other options for expansion and community use. There is currently a survey available on social media for anyone to have their say on how you would like to see the rail trail evolve in the coming years. I also have access to that survey via email for anyone who is not on social media but would like to participate. Please contact me if you would like more information about this, and the survey runs for another 10 days. On a rather wet and foggy afternoon, my fellow councillors and Mayor Cathy attended the official opening of the new and improved Dandibar Visitor Information and Picnic area at the Bunya Mountains. This beautiful upgraded area was funded by the Queensland Government and officially opened by our local member, Deb Frackington. I'm so lucky to have the Bunya Mountains in my division, and I love travelling up there wherever I can. I'm also pleased to say that the Works for Queensland project that I funded to improve the pedestrian access to Dandibar is well underway and should be completed soon. I thank everyone for their patience while this last part of the upgrade is finalised. As always, thank you to the staff who helped make my job as a councillor easier. I appreciate all your advice and assistance. To our roads and parks teams, thank you for all that you do. We are lucky to have you in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I'll call on Councillor Danita Potter for the Division 3 update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, community members, and thank you, Gallery, for being here. So, where do I start? This has really been a flat-out time over the last month. There's been many conversations relating to domestic and family violence, housing and homelessness, university study hubs, disaster management, health, to being to FarmFest with the TRAC. And I know we've talked about TRAC a lot, but just to fill you in, TRAC stands for Tackling Regional Adversity Through Connected Communities, and it's funding that came from Queensland Health. So, so that funding helped local farmers and ag students come together. All those ag students were from Mergen, Kingaroy and Nanango high schools, and it was just wonderful to see them interacting with the farmers on the buses. So we've met with senators, ministers, premiers, and on that note, I would actually like to thank our local member, the Honourable Deb Frackington, for bringing the Cabinet to the South Burnett Regional Council area and giving us, community members and community groups, the opportunity to have one-on-one discussions with the various and relative cabinet ministers and their staff. This also gave us a chance to advocate for the many things in our community, including a university study hub. I'm going to see how many times I can get that in this conversation. Because I believe this is not a want for our community, it's truly a need for for the South Burnett Regional Council area. We've also looked at the planning scheme. We've worked on the budget, and some of us have even attended, as mentioned, the local government conference at Longreach. Many things were discussed, such as the freight, the fuel costs, insurance, infrastructure, water security, weather disaster, biosecurity challenges, health delivery, service challenges, the Heart Bus and RFDS. Other things I learned from this trip is that if you really want to get to know your fellow councillors, lock yourself up with them in a vehicle, drive over 1,000 kilometres with them. So thank you, Councillor Little and Councillor Deneen, for making this trip as fun as possible and for our many different conversations. And thank you to Councillor Erkins for making the report for the next council meeting. It's not going to, I'd like to say it's a joint effort, but Jane has done most of the work for our next council meeting report. So thank you, Jane. I just want to bring up that we've got the South Burnett Training and Business Awards, and the planning for that is underway. That is on the 27th of September this year. So if you've got a business, you know trainees, or you know apprentices, please make sure you keep an eye on that website for that, and so you can put them in if you think they're deserving, which I'm sure they are, for those particular and different awards that they have for the business and for training and business awards. So the South Burnett Regional Youth Council, as mentioned earlier, is holding a free community expo and talent show this Saturday, the 20th of June from 11 a.m. There will be workshops, stalls, activities and youth talent on show, which is still open if you want to, if you've got anyone aged between 5 and 25 that would like to join in on that one. It's being held at Memorial Park in Kingaroy. There is prize money for that one as well, so it might be worth it. We are also pleased to announce that we have JC Action Sports with their BMX high air shows will be there, and there will be 4 elite BMX athletes performing, and they've got this big jump cushion. So that will actually be an incredible day. The South Burnett Partnerships for Kids is holding the next Under 8s Day at Thursday, the 2nd of July, Memorial Park from 9 a.m. to midday, and we are looking forward to seeing you all there. It's during the school holidays, so it's a great way to keep the young ones entertained for the morning, and with a bit of luck, it might wear them out and they'll need an early night, if you're lucky. The South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group will be holding their next, the South Burnett Young Professionals Meet and Greet on Thursday, the 9th of July from 5:30 to 7:30. This will be held at the Kingaroy Golf Club, and this time it's sponsored by Burnett Today, so thank you to Daniel and your team. The orchestra had their 20th anniversary show, and that was brilliant. And I would actually say it was world class. The numbers attending were over 400, and it was wonderful to see such community support. And thank you to the orchestra and members for such an outstanding performance. And I urge you to go and support them on when they have their next function. I'd like to finish up with the Kingaroy Memorandum RSL branch. They were very lucky to get some funding from the state government, but I would also like to thank the South Burnett Regional Council for supporting them and giving the Kingaroy Memorandum RSL sub-branch the block of land which makes all of this possible for their welfare centre. I do look forward to seeing that progress happen. Again, I'd like to finish up saying thank you to my fellow councillors for making this last month so wonderful. Thank you to the staff, and also thank you to the community members for bringing your issues and ideas forward to us.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I'll call on Councillor Deb Deneen for the Division 4 update. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody here and online, and maybe listening later, although I'm not really sure why people want to save this and listen to it later. Maybe they should cut it a little bit. Another month's flown by with South Burnett Regional Council, focused on a variety of issues. Some of these are within our remit and some aren't, but they still impact our local community. We've had a great deal of budget discussions in the last few weeks and have so coming up again. We have a huge budget to deal with. We are always trying to look after our ratepayers' money and use it to the best of our abilities. And you can see that our staff absolutely go the next mile, as Mayor Kathy said, to make that happen. They sometimes you get here and I think are they sleeping here overnight, our staff? Because they seem to be here when they get here and they're here when we leave. And I think we've got an amazing group. Mecca, the councillors, and Seith from the Salvos, as people have spoken about, travelled to the Sunshine Coast. We met with Mayor Rosanna Natoli of the Sunshine Coast. I do have to say, though, she seemed like a really lovely person and was quite aghast at some of the things that we spoke to her about, and very interested in how we deal with people who are homeless and people who are struggling. And that was a really good part of the discussions. It was great to have Seith's feedback in that. He has been a member for Pine Rivers in the Newman government, I believe, and has always been interested in looking after social interests of people. So the projects that we went to see, the Salvation Army facility on the Sunshine Coast, where they had a drop-in centre for younger people that were struggling at school. They also had where you could go in for free meals, pick up meals. They had a lock-up facility for women experiencing homelessness over 55 that also had access to showers, toilets, and a washing machine, which was great. That looked like a really good project that we're very keen to progress in the South Burner. Also, there was the project was a sleep bus. It required 75 volunteers, so I'm not sure that we could actually manage to do that here. And it was also probably for a different demographic than we have here. You had to be quite agile to climb up those steps into the sleep bus. So some of our more elderly residents, and I think the fastest growing homelessness people are women over 55, probably would have struggled with that. The very interesting thing that we also thought was combined from churches, and they managed to get funding for 10 stretcher beds, all the bedding, and they put it at one church hall or wherever they can for a night. They put volunteers on with them. The volunteers will sit there with the people who sometimes are very much struggling to sleep, struggling to make sense of their life at the time, and they'll support them, they'll play cards with them, they give them an evening meal and breakfast, and then the next night they pack all of that up, they wash the sheets because they belong to the individual church, and they send them mattresses, everything to the next facility. I just thought it was a great way of people to actively make a difference, and it needed quite a few volunteers, but not as many as the sleep bus, thank goodness. So that I thought that was fascinating because, you know, people have had a lot of chat lately about homeless people in the South Burner, and, you know, as they say there, by the grace of God go I. People in homelessness situations don't choose to be there. We have a housing crisis. It is difficult. There are people in these free camps that they're in at the moment who have jobs and who have children going to school, and they need to be treated with respect, and that's what our council tries to do. I know that housing is not theoretically in our lane, but we certainly feel the ramifications of it. Our staff that deal with these all the time, our compliance staff, I've spoken to one of them, they are just wonderful. You know, they care about these people. They try and keep the ones that are a bit naughty occasionally under line, they have a chat with them, and they support them as much as they can. So for anyone worrying about what may happen with people in homeless camps, if we have really difficult ones, we have had occasionally to call the police and to have our compliance people be that little bit more strict, but the majority of the time we are trying to make their lives better and to look after them and to keep community expecting us to look after the ratepayers as well as the homeless people, because one of these days they'll be ratepayers too. I'm quite sure most of them will get back on their feet, and the ones who can't, they deserve our empathy as well. As everybody's mentioned, Farm Fest was fabulous. 5 buses, 250 farmers and students, and it was just such a wholesome day, and so many people got great conversation. They'll take for a long time. We've got a wonderful forum happening here on Friday in Kingaroy. They're called the Ag Horizons Forum. Everybody realises that there is a lot of government policy that does not help our landowners and our farmers, and this is going to be directed at that. One of the keynote speakers is Rachel Chambers, the Food Farmers Commissioner, and there will be a panel that will include Robbie Catter, so that should be interesting. I think it's only $20 to go, so there's probably some tickets left, although I think it's quite well subscribed now. I spoke to Mayor Keith Campbell former Mayor Keith Campbell, who organised was the real key starter of this event. I spoke to him and he said that they've got quite a lot of tickets sold already, well over 100. So if you want to go, jump in today and go. So some really local news, and a couple of people have asked me, because it's important for our local people in my division. The footpath down Testman's Road is just about ready to start. So we're looking forward to that, because connectivity in regions and communities doesn't just go with the internet, it goes with footpaths as well. We really appreciate the work that our staff have done in getting that to work, because it's not an easy space. And as people have spoken about, thanks to our local member, the Honourable Dave Freck, for bringing the Cabinet here. It was just a privilege to speak to them formally and informally at the KPAC at Kingra High School and at the golf club later on. We certainly tried as hard as we could to put our issues out there, and I'm sure they didn't get sick of us. I'm sure they appreciated it. So, Councillor Linda Little, CEO Mark and myself will be at the Australian Local Government Conference, and we have meetings with Senator Anthony Chisholm, Minister Murray Watt, MP Lou O'Brien, Senator Matt Canavan, Minister Krista McBain, and the Ukrainian Embassy as well, that we have always continued to support. So we're very much looking forward to that and chewing off these politicians' ears again, because their decisions impact our community and we need to make sure that they understand how much it's going to affect our community. So thank you very much to my fellow councillors for another challenging, interesting, fun, sad, everything month, and thanks so much to the staff too, who are always there to support us. They're fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Janine. I'll call on Councillor Sander for the Division 5 update.
Good morning, everybody. When we first started these updates, it was a 3-minute limit. So I'm hoping that Mayor Cathy can ring a bell at 2 minutes, and then they know they got another minute to go. Ros is already onto it. I'll be quick. I'll make sure that I stay under my 3 minutes. I also attend a lot of these events, but I'm not putting them out there. I'd rather be on the ground or behind the scenes getting stuff done. And I think the CEO and the general managers and the mayor can account to that I hook in when I can and try to get progress for the residents of the region. I just want to mention that we have the Mergen Show this weekend and the Bull Ride as well, which should be a great event, and the weather's looking good for this weekend. The last one was rained out, and so there's also another upcoming event with an evening with Clyde and Clary at the Tableland Hall up at Tableland in July. So I just wanted to put those two out there. It was great to attend the meetings with Mayor Cathy and the Premier, and along with all those guys, the ministers, Deb Precklington, Brent Mickelberg for roads, and trying to get better outcomes for the roads in our region. And also with Minister Gerber on the youth justice. And it was exciting to actually to inform the Premier on some of the crime that's been happening around the region that he wasn't aware of. So it was good to inform him of those issues. We also had meetings in the chamber with Pauline Hanson, Senator Pauline, and there's been other invites sent out with other politicians to attend. They've been confirmed to come to the region in early July, so we're working with those guys as well. We have to remain impartial and work with whoever we can to get better outcomes for the region. We've had, over the last month, we've also had multiple meetings with residents in regards to many different issues, and in today's meeting, I believe in the confidential section, there's going to be some rehabilitation work projects that are projected for the region, and I believe that most of the residents in the area, like in Division 5 and across many of the other divisions as well. There'll be announcements on road repairs and rehabilitation with flood works. So we'd just like to thank QRA and everyone involved in that to make that happen. We do have some roads that still require a lot of work, but we're getting there as we can. So it's a priority basis thing. You'll see guys come in and do some repairs. That's temporary holding works, and then we come back when we've got time to repair them properly. So I've had some complaints that there's been they've missed some and done some and missed some. Well, that's just the way it is with the way that it's funded through the QRA. That's the way we have to do it. So there's policies and procedures with that. But I do hope that with this announcement after today's meeting, there'll be some major repairs done. Like I said, I'll keep it under the 3 minutes, and I'd like to thank everyone for their continued support, and please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra. I'll call on Councillor Height to present the Division 6 update. Thank you.
The downside of being Division 6 is all the things that I've got listed here, somebody else has already mentioned. So I'm pretty sure I'll sneak under the 3 minutes. And the advantage of having Heath and I last is the step gets put away for the last 2. It's only the first 4 needed. Anyway, Division 6 had a busy time this year. A couple of points I'd like to raise. It's exciting that the second tennis court at Waroolan is getting sealed, and thank you to Tarong Partnership Fund for supporting that. So it will be really nice because it's got grass growing through, so it'll be a great little facility for that community. Farm Fest, I think everybody's mentioned Farm Fest. The only thing I would like to add is, I was a little bit, people, will they want to go on a bus? But there was quite a lot of older gentlemen there, and the thought of driving to Toowoomba, doing Farm Fest and driving back was too much for them, and they wouldn't have gone unless we had the buses. So I very much hope that we can advocate to get that funding ongoing for future years. The pantry is a valuable resource to many people in our region. It's fantastic that they've opened a pantry at, the same pantry in the Baptist Church in Mergen. And I attended that with Councillor Heath. He forgot to mention that one. But it is a great asset to our region. So that was good. The huge Wondai Art Gallery opening in June. We actually filled the gallery because it was a couple of local artists, a couple of twins. So we did have a little bit of fun where they practiced doing the twinny thing. So that was fun, but it's some beautiful work, so I do recommend you go and have a look at that. The highlight of the month was, of course, meeting with the state government and advocating for our region. And by having them in our region, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for them to see, how good it is up here and what we need help with. And, of course, the road trip last week to look at homeless and the sleeping and the family support programs. These last couple of weeks, I've had a great time talking to local children at the schools about the new playground, which is coming to Wondai. It's great to get the input from families, young people, and grandmas and grandpas who also have ideas on what a playground should look like. So I'm really excited that that's going to be a great asset to Wondai. Last Friday, we met with the LGAQ representatives and the North Burnett councillors to discuss legislation changes. And last weekend was the South Burnett sub-chamber finals in Nanango, delicious meal, and the young judges and paraders presentation. The Anzac Bickies, the Rich Fruit Cake, the Showgirl and the Rural Ambassadors were all judged, and it was a great night. And congratulations to those winners who will actually go down to Brisbane Eka and represent the South Burnett, particularly Gloria Fleming and Evangeline, which was the Rich Fruit Cake and the Anzac Bickies, but Steph Simpson, the Anzac Bickies, which personally I like chewy Anzac Bickies, not snappy ones. But anyway, I wasn't the judge. But Steph Simpson and Matt McCauley, which are the Showgirl and Rural Ambassadors, they will be fantastic in Brisbane. So I'm really excited to see how they go. And it's great to see these young people stepping up. And there was a good lot of people who applied for those positions, and whilst not everybody can win, it's a fantastic opportunity for them. I had a quick visit to the Cumbria Historical Society to see what had been purchased with my discretionary funds. And we have so many great community groups. So I love the fact that our discretionary funds can help them, often with operational funds. We talked a little bit about insurance, but if we can help with some of those smaller costs to keep them operational. Next month, we get the opening of the new Wondai IGA, which has been keenly watched by all the people in Wondai. Last night, we had a community session, about 40 people. The managers there are really approachable, and we had a fantastic session there. There is a little bit of a concern with access because it's the other side of the Bunya Highway, and for those elderly residents who are on scooters, how they're going to get across the road. But we are looking at the pedestrian crossing, and actually IGA is funding making that less steep to help scooters get across. In a perfect world, we'd have a pedestrian crossing, but we have raised that with the traffic advisory group, but because it's a main highway, I think we're unlikely to get it, but we'll keep advocating and maybe I'd like to get the speed limit reduced and look at that, because we have got to consider the safety of our residents in Wondai, particularly the older demographic. So that probably wraps up what's happened. And this month and next month will, I'm sure, be exciting too. And thank you very much. Was I under the 3 minutes?
For Ordinary Council meeting, item 11.1 on page 45 of our agenda. The officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the Ordinary Council meeting be received for information. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any questions about the business outstanding? Comments, discussion? Councillor Little, it would be disappointing if you didn't have something to question or discuss about.
Okay, I actually don't have a question on the business outstanding. I did just want to make a comment, offering my thanks to the staff working really hard out the back. It's wonderful, so many notes on the business outstanding table, and see that we're getting on top of that outstanding business. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other comments, discussion, questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.1 LGAQ annual conference motion requests from page 71 of the agenda. At our council briefing yesterday, we did go through this and talked about the potential motions. I think we've got 10 on the books. And I'll just ask Danielle if she can bring those up. So CEO Mark will be pleased that we put them together, and we've got we've only got 10. I think we had there's 11, so we've got so we always put a lot of ideas forward, and then CEO Mark has the job of putting the wording correctly and getting the arguments, the briefing notes. So this is what you have to work with, CEO Mark. So the first one is the LGAQ lobby the Australian government to restore the federal assistance program to 1% of the taxation revenue. Number 2, that the LGAQ lobby the Australian government to keep the current DRAF funding arrangements in place. Disaster funding arrangements, funding arrangements in place. Number 3, that the LGAQ lobby the federal state governments for funding for specialised accommodation for domestic and family violence. Number 4, that the LGAQ advocate to the federal and state governments for local government to be included as a stakeholder in programs and funding allocations to community entities for local infrastructure, biosecurity and human and social initiatives. Number 5, that the LGAQ see Mark's notes, cost to local government extinguish limitations on future acts and leases. Number 6, that the LGAQ lobby the federal government to reinstate the local roads and community infrastructure program. Number 7, that the LGAQ lobby the federal government for constitutional recognition of local government. Number 8, that the LGAQ lobby the federal government to meet the cost of operating the Bureau of Meteorology, weather infrastructure in regional Queensland. Number 9, that the LGOQ lobby the state government to fund the operation of CCTV networks used by the Queensland Police Service for community safety. Number 10, that the LGOQ advocate to the state government to work with local governments on landfill fees and charges to fund required landfill infrastructure and continue the levy rebate. Number 11, that the LGOQ call on the state government to reinstate the Small Communities Assistance Program for water and wastewater infrastructure. So that's our motions. If any, would someone like to move that we present those motions? Councillor Sando, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So they're the 11 that we put forward. Are there any comments, discussion, anyone want to add or subtract? Yes.
What I'd just like to do is just explain to our community the whole process of this. So the fact that as a council, we discuss, debate the issues that we feel are important. And a lot of these things are items that we have already been lobbying our local members and trying to get through. But what happens from here, it goes down to the Local Government Association annual conference, where I think there's 77 councils. It goes before the forum where all councils are there, and they actually vote on what is important. And then the local government authority, they then go and lobby on behalf of all councils. So if we get something up at that, it means it's not just us. It's not just important to us and our community. It's important to the whole of Queensland. Every local authority in the state is wanting this done. So that's, you know, and I think we've got a good, what's the name? I'll leave people bring up the ones that they wanted to bring, you know, they brought forward. But one of the things for me was that the Local Government Association advocate to the federal and state government for local government to be included as a stakeholder in programs and funding allocations to community entities for local. Sorry, it's been moved. That wasn't the one. Yeah. So it was the one where we are consulted with funding that goes out, because so often we've found that there are organisations that have been funded for something and there is no consultation done with local government, and sometimes it's not actually in sync with what we as a local government are wanting to do. So that's one of the things that I felt very strongly about, and I just can't think where it...
Yeah, so it's item number 4.
Oh, they're just... Number 4. All right, they're adding to number 4. Okay, so that's. I'll wait till they've finished adding to it. But that is what it was. I mean, there are so many organisations that put in for funding, and I know that when we had the meetings with the ministers, it was made pretty clear to us there, where we're advocating for one thing, and they say to us, "Oh, but we've already funded such and such an organisation, and you know we know nothing about that, and we don't know where that funding is or what that funding entails." So we really need to be part of that decision makers. A little bit like, I think I'll let Deb probably talk about the biosecurity, because that's one thing that affects one of the committees that she chairs, and you know, other ones. I know the homelessness, you know, is an issue. We try and get some funding to make things easier, and there are already organisations that have been funded, and you know, we may not be on the same page. Council does, you know, council is already doing a lot to try and alleviate that program. We've given blocks of land to social housing, and then we find out that, you know, we're not really in the discussion on how things work.
So that's right. So thank you, Councillor Erkins, because this goes to the local government conference is in Cairns this time, and it's in October. So the resolutions that we put forward have to be not just exclusively about the South Burnett. There are broad changes that we're asking for the state or federal governments, and the Local Government Association, as Councillor Erkins mentioned, advocates. Then if we get these through, they'll advocate for us as a state, but also as a region. But so that's why these are more of a broad look at what we'd like to see changed both at state and federal level. So, Councillor Deneen, did you want to talk specifically about the biosecurity?
The fact that we're trying to get a biosecurity plan organised, and that how important it is for our region, because there are certainly a huge amount of weeds, pests, etc., that have come into the region, and we have to continue to keep fighting against them. I think that'll probably be a focus of the Ag Horizons Forum as well.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's also with the weed funding and different funding that Councillor Erkins mentioned, we want to be at the table when the government, state government decides, or the federal government decides to issue funding to a particular organisation, because we don't want to be duplicating that, and we want to be partnering with those community groups. Like, for example, the Burnett Mary Regional Group gets weed funding, and council does weeds as well. So we want to be able to work with them and know, you know, what be at the those conversations need to happen with in conjunction with local government, so we're not duplicating, and we're working side by side with those different groups that get those allocations. So I think that they are a good array of, like, a broad brush of what we'd like to see happen at the conference. So I'm very pleased with the resolutions. Did anyone else want to comment on any of the lists there?
I think the weather station, like the cost of that weather station that comes back to our ratepayers is huge.
That's number 8, yes.
$78,000 for us to be part of that. And again, is it in our lane to be paying for that, as in the security cameras to put up in town to help the police monitor crime? Is that the role of local government? You know, we've debated that fact on many occasions. You know, isn't that the role of police? And most businesses and now residents are putting cameras up themselves to look after their own building. Council, I know, have lots of cameras looking after council equipment. And is it our role to be monitoring the streets, or is it the role of state government? So that's probably a couple of the things that we're concerned about. And one of the things I think that I brought up yesterday, we are forever told, and I am so sick of hearing local government ministers and federal government ministers standing up and saying the local government are closest to the people. They are the ones that know what's happening. We're closest to the people. And then they proceed to take our money off us to try and do what the local community want. So I think that, you know, as I said, it's so frustrating to hear that. And they all use it. They trot that phrase out. You know, the local, when they come and they're trying to, you know, fill our pockets.
Well, it's the same with
and then they tell us to stick to our lane.
With the federal assistance grant, it used to be 2% of the tax revenue. Then it got cut back to 1%, and now it's 0.049% of the tax revenue. So they've cut, as you said, federal government's cut, and now we've had this disaster management cuts as well. So it is sometimes they are just giving us lip service. So we would like to get better outcomes. So, Councillor Deneen.
That's what I was also going to point out, Mayor Kathy, was that the federal assistance subsidy, it was so important. It's untied funds, and they've cut it back when we've been advocating so strongly to get more. And this budget comes out and we've got less again.
Yep.
It's just frustrating.
It is very frustrating. So,
can I just say, maybe it's a little bit like a phrase that my mother always used to say, I want never gets.
So, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, just a couple of things. And when you look on this list, to be quite honest, a lot of this stuff is not in our lane, is not sticking to our knitting, and is none of our business. We've been told that before by many levels of government. But if we don't advocate for these things, we've advocated for the federal assistance grant for years. So we get less now than what we did 16 years ago. So, and that's just not fair on your local communities. And with the domestic and family violence housing, we know that's not our lane, but we are a community that looks after itself. And if we don't advocate for this, we tried to get this funding for domestic and family violence, working with CTC about 5 years ago, Mayor, but we were unable to get that funding. We were going to put units in Kingaroy, I believe, Kingaroy, Nanango and Mergen and Wandi. But we were unable to get that funding working with CTC on that one. They did not give it to us. But, you know, if we don't advocate for our community, there is no one else out there to advocate for our community, and state and federal governments will just put more onto us and our community members.
That's exactly right. Well said. So I just want to check with, Councillor Height.
Well, I was just going to add to that reiterating what you said, that because we're the closest to the community, the federal and the state government cut funding, and we end up picking it up because the community come to us and say it's a problem. So we end up having to pick it up. And they say, oh, well, you're the closest to the community. But that doesn't mean to say we've got to fund everything.
That's exactly right. So just want to check with CEO Mark, are you happy with the list?
No, that's great, Mayor. And so it's still the front end of the resolution with those 11 points added. And we'll utilise the LGAQ template and work with their agenda committee.
Thank you. And thank you to GM Aaron for leading that yesterday at the briefing. So, all right, so we're ready to vote. So it's been moved and seconded. So put to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So we'll now adjourn for morning tea. So I'll ask someone to move that we adjourn. Councillor Linda, and seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So we'll come back at what time? 11 o'clock. So welcome back everyone listening online and those in the galleries, and to our councillors and senior leadership team. So would someone like to move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.2 on page 77, and that's the adoption of the Defence Service Policy. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Defence Service Policy Statutory 013 be adopted as presented. Someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. So these policies have been workshopped through the council and also have been sent out around and relevant changes made. So these should be fairly straightforward. So does anyone want to comment on this particular one? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 12.3, adoption of South Bennett Regional Council body-worn cameras policy, strategic 064 on page 83 of the agenda. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council body-worn cameras policy, strategic 064 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. There has been, I noticed a little few discussions on Facebook about this, and I just struggle to see what issues they could have with this, because surely it will protect not only our staff, but also anybody that they thought was being treated unfairly. So it was just came as a little bit of a surprise to me, although it shouldn't. I find that sometimes it doesn't matter what we say, they can find an objection to it. But I do think that this is something that will protect both our staff and the community. So,
thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Little.
Yes, I was also going to mention the stuff going around on social media about it, and there seemed to be a bit of a discussion about, you know, it's another thing that the ratepayers are having to pay for, and we're moving a motion to, you know, put this into the budget. Well, we've already had body-worn cameras for quite some time within the council, especially with our compliance teams. And this is just the policy that we are making sure fits well for our staff and for the general community.
Thank you. So, Councillor, CEO Mark said it's been around since 2023. Yes. Yes, so then it's been moved and seconded. So, Councillor Sander, did you want to speak to this one?
Yeah, I just wanted to say too that it's not going to be like whatever was portrayed. I didn't see it on Facebook, but it's not every person, not every employee is going to have these. Probably be no more issued than what we've currently got, but this is just a policy to follow those high impacted officers that attend situations that could be construed either way. So it's going to protect, the people that are involved in it, both sides, council officers and the public. So I think it's a good policy. Thank
you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Erkins.
Can I also add that it may make people a little more wary about how they act and carry on. For example, we're having our council meeting here this morning, and there was such a commotion outside, and apparently over the fact that somebody could not find a car park. You know, I mean, really, you know, a lot of people do carry on, and, you know, if they were to be aware that they may be being recorded and, you know, their behaviour, because I'm sure at different times all of us maybe have gone, you know, overreacted to something. So it might make people think a little before they overreact to someone, especially like the girls behind the counter. I mean, they have absolutely no control over how many people park in the street. But, you know, it might make people think a little of their behaviour, and it's a little bit like the keyboard warriors who are quick to give an opinion on something on Facebook behind an anonymous name, you know. To me, I respect the fact that everyone is entitled to have their say, but at least put your name up, or I know that all of us are available. If you want to come and talk to us and tell us what a stupid decision you think we made, come and do it. We're always happy to, listen to that.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, 100%. But there is the reason why there is parking issues is because of the conference next door, 150 people. So, yes, Councillor Sander.
I'd probably get in trouble for saying this too, but this policy actually we're going to integrate into both dams as well. So our staff who go out at night, we've had an incident in the last month where one of our staff was assaulted just for telling someone to turn their music down. So this policy will integrate into our staff as well, and because the dams are council controlled, we'll be able to use this, and it'll keep. So the record keeping of those records of the videos will be actually there available as well for any instances at the dam at night as well. So just to protect our staff.
Yeah, exactly. So it is a protection measure, and this is the policy that backs that up. So thank you, Councillor Sander. So are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.4 on page 88, which is the adoption of health, wellbeing and work capacity policy. The office's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Health, Wellbeing and Work Capacity Policy Strategic 066 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Councillor Sander.
Yeah, coming back to that Facebook discussion and stuff, I can, over the last month, we've probably seen an increase in, I wouldn't call them attacks, but personal opinions on councillors from the public. With this policy, it's related around that as well. Like we need to keep an eye on. It's like it was Men's Mental Health Awareness Week a couple of weeks ago, and we were it's like you contact a mate, keep an eye on a mate. And it's as councillors and that, we've got to keep an eye on our fellow councillors and staff, like the general managers and managers have got to look after their staff with this sort of stuff. But I've seen attacks on state politicians and federal politicians and ministers and councils in the last month has been pretty harsh. Like, we can take the criticism from people, but I'd like to urge people to attack us on our decisions and not on the stuff that we've been attacked on lately. I've been attacked as obviously I've laid off the eating because I've been getting attacked that I'm getting fat. So there's, don't attack people for their looks and what they are. I'm just urging the public to attack us on or discuss with us on our decisions and what we do in council, not how we look.
That's a good point. So thank you, Councillor Sander, for raising that, because it is important that people, we're open for discussions and advocacy, but certainly we would hope that the community will not attack personally. Councillor Erkins?
Yeah, just following up on what Councillor Heath has said, but it's amazing, you can have 50 people come on Facebook and tell you what a great job you're doing on such and such, and just one person comes in and makes a comment that's a personal comment. It takes away completely from the discussion of what you were having. And I mean, everybody knows I welcome a debate on Facebook, and I think it's great. It's an excellent way for people to get their ideas out. However, when you're somebody that comes up, with comments like, you only ever see councillors out for a photo and a feed is one that, someone comes up. I mean, one of the reasons that we put up the photos, and I know some people do seem to be of the opinion that we love having our photos taken, but I, for one, definitely do not like having my photo taken, and I know a lot of us don't, but the reason we do it is we do it because we want to inform our community of what we're doing, what's happening, which gives them an opportunity to respond and give us their feedback, because, like, with all due respect to you, Mayor Cathy, you keep us pretty busy in here with workshops and all that. We are not getting a lot of opportunity, especially budgets coming up. We are not getting a lot of opportunity to be out there mixing with our community. So it is a great way for our community to keep in contact with us and say to us, hey, I don't like that decision you made, or, I see such and such. Have you been and checked on that? Or, there was a homeless guy down the street, Jane, do you know if he's all right? Or someone's tripped on the footpath. It is a great way to get that. And I like to think that each of us take notice of that, take the feedback, we answer, we get back to people. But when people put up such petty, and you can see the same ones do it all the time. What are you doing about this? It's the same people. We probably all have that, probably 3 or 4, 6 at the most, who come up and want to criticise every single thing you do. And what happens is you end up getting your back up, and instead of it being a helpful thing and helping to do something, it just totally goes the wrong way. As I said, there'll be 5 people put up good comments, and you're working through how you're going to help these 5 people and how what they're saying makes sense, and you want to act on it. And then one idiot comes in with a smart comment, and straight away it just puts you. It just puts a whole negative thing on something that could be so productive. So sorry about the rant. Just to follow up.
100% agree, because if you put and I'm a strong Facebook user, because if you put it out there that where you're at and what you're doing, then people can see that you're out and about. But if you don't put anything, then they criticise it. They never see you. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But I 100% agree that I welcome the conversations and people wanting to give their opinions, because it is a great medium for feedback for a community. So any other comments and discussion around this health and wellbeing work capacity policy? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.5 on page 94, which is the council revenue policy. So that one there, the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Revenue Policy 2627 Statutory 005 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that. Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussions? So, General Manager Carey, did you want to comment on this particular policy?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This one here is one of our policies that we have to update every year, one of our statutory requirements. Basically it just provides an overview as to what types of fees and charges that council might raise during the year, and it's part of the budget preparation. So this one here, nothing really new. It's just updating it with the New Year's figures, New Year's date, sorry.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.6 on page 101. That's the procurement policy. So this one here, the recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Procurement Policy Statutory 007 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, second by Councillor Height. Any discussion, comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.7, adoption of South Bend Regional Council Investment Policy on page 110 of the agenda. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Investment Policy 2627 Statutory 009 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that. Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.8, Kingaroy Airport Master Plan on page 117. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council receives the draft master plan for the purpose of releasing to community for engagement and feedback. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm very excited that we've eventually got this master plan up and running, and looking forward to it going out to community. I just want to ask through you, Madam Mayor, And I'm not too sure who I'm asking this question to, whether it be it's CEO Mark. So how and when will this be going out to community, and how are we going to get that feedback or take it to them?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Potter. Actually concur, it's been a long time and it's certainly pleasing to see. So the report today is the mechanism to put the concept into the public domain. So should council adopt it today, it will be public document as far as a draft, and it is a draft, it is seeking feedback. The items in the report, so consultation is effectively we receive any submissions from now on, but it's recommended that we take the whole of July, so the month of July 1 to 31 for feedback. There'll be the drop-in sessions as talk about it being in the shopping centre as well as out at the airport itself. There will be direct correspondence, which isn't in here, as we've got the community consultation guide, so it'll pretty much follow the lines like that. So neighbours, stakeholders to deal with the airport will get a direct letter with a copy of the plan. Then it'll be on the websites, and hopefully I think we've put in there proposed to have a online feedback form to capture results. Feedback form hasn't been drafted up. As I said, anything from today onwards, should council endorse the draft, to go out for consultation. And the endorsement of the draft does not mean that this is the adopted plan. It's literally a draft for consultation. What some of the thinking and the why behind it was that in previous years we've talked about this master plan regularly, and without something written on a piece of paper, we go out and then it just spins around in a circle and nothing gets changed, decided or otherwise. So all feedback would be so welcome, good, bad or ugly. But yeah, direct mail outs, public sessions, information sessions, the formal process, the formal feedback. So the next 2 weeks will be used to get the online forms on the website and get all those structures put in place and get the letters out to everyone. And then the closure of the consultation, unless otherwise requested, directed, would be 31st of July.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Councillor Dineen.
I would like to add my thoughts to this as well, because I really know that we are so blessed to have a quality airport like this in the South Burnett. Thanks to previous state governments and councils here, we've got a facility that is second to none, and it's on, for our size of a community, it's on a very large parcel of land. It sits there at the moment, it's share farmed, but it's got so much potential going forward for our community. And I think that this, now on paper, with the community be able to come back and say to us what they think as well and put their ideas forward, I just think it's a wonderful outcome. And so looking forward to talking to people about where they see it going, because we're very lucky and it's going to be a great place going forward, you know, in 20 or 40 years' time, when we have regular commercial and passenger flights in and out of here, as well as our wonderful RFDS. It's just going to be a well-used space.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Councillor Erkins.
I'd like to just suggest whether it is asked, whether it's possible to have maybe some public consultation at the airport, because I think it's probably, we would be surprised at how many people from the region have never actually been in and seen the airport. So, you know, the whole area is used, you know, the men's shed, the machinery group. You know, it would be really good, I think, to encourage people to go out there so that they can put their opinions forward, rather than, you know, not even having inspected it. So
100%. Yeah, that's a great idea, and I think that would be very much, yes, absolutely happen. Yep, so that sounds good.
I'll be able to get the men's shed to do a sausage sizzle one lunchtime out there or something.
It's a great idea. Yep. All right, so we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So the next item is 12.9 on page 120 of the agenda, which is the Kingaroy Soaring Club annual permit landing fees. So the officer's recommendation is that 1, that South Burnett Regional Council enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Kingaroy Soaring Club Incorporated for an annual permit to the value of $2,500 and are exempt from landing fees. Number 2, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Burnett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the agreement on terms and conditions considered satisfactory to Council. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So that's, we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is the monthly financial information, 13.1 on page 122. The officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works program, as at the 31st of May 2026, be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Potter. I'll hand over to General Manager Carey to give the monthly update.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash and cash equivalents at the end of May amounted to 64.63 million, with around 30.5 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 46.6% of the amended budget, or up to 54.8% when taking into account current commitments. Recurrent revenue is currently sitting at 100%, and recurrent expenditure is sitting at 99% of the amended budget. Flood recovery works continues to affect both the revenue and expenditure categories. All of Council's financial ratios are currently within the targeted ranges. At the end of May, outstanding rates payable are sitting at 4.87%, which is below Council's target of 7%. And approximately 36.05% of those properties with rates outstanding are currently on payment plans. The finance team are busy finalising the expected position for the 25-26 financial year, as well as the budget reports in preparation for the special budget council meeting on the 15th of July. Teams are also busy preparing for the end of financial year, and a media release will be issued shortly to advise the public of a proposed early closure of customer service and library centres at 4 p.m. on the 30th of June to assist finance with the process. I now present the May monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, GM Carey. Any questions to General Manager of Finance? Councillor Sander.
Just with the other spend that was sent through on, there's multiple ones, so I'll just send them through again in a request. One of the ones I do want to point out and looked at is the hire of tractor and broom and trailer twice for the month of would have been May. So I just want a clarification on that. And the others I'll send through as a request. There's a tractor, so there's two lots on there, tractor, broom and trailer.
So we'll take that as a question on notice. CEO Mark, report back to the next general meeting. Are you happy with that, Councillor Sander?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, so any other discussion? Councillor Deneen.
I just wanted to mention again, as we generally do at these meetings, is that if you're having trouble paying rates, and some people are, please come and talk to our staff. They will put you onto a payment plan to suit you. There's absolutely no reason to worry about coming to see the staff because they keep it confidential. They will put you on a payment plan that works and we'll get your rates paid. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen, for reminding everyone of that, because it's good to see that we've got a significant number on the payment plans already. So are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is 13.2 on page 170, and that's the fee concession Kingaroy RSL sub-branch. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council waive the fees associated with the material change of use application for the Community Care Centre at 232 Haley Street, Kingaroy in full. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I did talk about this in my little chat this morning, and I do want to congratulate the sub-branch, the Kingaroy Memorandum RSL sub-branch, on getting that government funding. But you know, this, as I said, this wouldn't be possible if council hadn't gifted them that block of land to use, and I think it's like 2 blocks of land that they are able to use as one. So I just want to thank the council for gifting that block of land to them, and also I'd like them to support this motion, please.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
Probably following on that, I was, to be honest, a little disappointed, and I know that politicians like to grab the glory where they can, but when I seen the press release or the notice that went out with Minister, the Honourable Deb Frecklington's photo and the RSL about the funding they had been given, I was a little disappointed that the RSL didn't step up and mention the fact that council have been working extremely hard over a number of years to find a suitable block of land for them, and now they're asking for, a fee release, which I'm perfectly happy to give them. But I would like to remind the community that we as a council give a lot, which is actually ratepayers. When council gives something, it's not us giving it, our ratepayers. We're giving away our ratepayers things, and it would have been nice to see that recognised in that post.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So the reason why they've asked for the fee waiver, I think, is also because that zoning has been problematic to them, and they've got to go through an impact accessible application process, which is much more costly than if it had just been code accessible. So I'm happy to support this motion. So any other comments, discussion? If not, we'll put to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is 13.3 on page 172 of the agenda, and that one is to do with the livestock feeding charge. The officer's recommendation is the South Bennett Regional Council amend its 26-27 Register of Fees and Charges. 1, to include a new fee for the service of livestock feeding charge, round bales, 4x4 roads, grass at $110 inclusive of GST per bale. Pro rata charge will apply for a quarter bale, 25%, a half bale, 50%, and 3/4 bale, 75% consumption. Number 2, to include a new fee for the service of livestock feeding charge, square bale, small roads, grass at $22, including GST per bale. Someone to move that? Councillor Dineen. Second by Councillor Little. Councillor Dineen.
Could I just say how pleased I am to see this going forward? I have only ever used Coolabunny sale yards unless something happened I had to take them to Mergen. It's a great facility that we have, that councils continue to support, and that our staff have worked really hard to get this deal. I'd love them to buy round bales for me that were $77 a bale, and they've got an ongoing contract. It's just going to make it easier, better, and plans going forward. We're going to continue to be a centre for rural activities, especially cattle producing in the South Bennett. Thank you very much to Michael and the crew that have been involved so heavily in this.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, it's basically the same as what Deb was just saying. The staff worked really hard to get this working, but also as a council, we made a conscious decision that we were going to work with Coolabunny sale yards and make it some of the best sale yards around. And I do believe with some of the feedback we're getting, our sale yards is becoming one of the best in the area. So congratulations basically to the council for saying yes to the upgrades and funding on that, the grants we've received, and also to the staff we have out there now, because they truly are exceptional.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. 100% agree. Any other comments, discussion? If not, we'll put to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is the 13.4 Register of Fees and Charges schedule for 26-27 on page 174. So the officer's recommendation is that pursuant to section 972 of the Local Government Act 2009, the Register of Fees and Charges for the 26-27 year be adopted and to take effect on the 1st of July 2026.
Mayor, before you move it, so that'll need as amended on the bottom of it, because those ones you just put through will make a change to the document that's there. They'll be added in.
Thank you. So if we just add as amended. So someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say that we did have some questions at our workshop yesterday to do with the fees and charges, which we've had some correspondence back on. So it's the same thing I was going to say, we would need to do some amendments because it's not the same as the document presented.
Thank you. So there was, on page 228, and there was 219, I made notes that we needed to, there was just some wording needed changing. So have we got record of that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So we did take a record of that wording that we wanted adjusted just to help clarify what some of those fees and charges were for. We also had that one on page 212 for the demolition and or replacement of septic tank, where, you know, how we had in one category it was one amount, in another category a different amount. So we have agreed that they should both be the same amount. So we'll change the class, I think 10A ones to be the $286.50, the same as the commercial building.
Thank you. So we've also got in the fees and charges, there's been some good news stories, particularly with swimming pools, because we're keen to encourage patronage of its swimming pools. Council has not put the increase, we've done no increase to our swimming pool charges. We've also generally put increased by 2.7%. In some instances, there's been, it's gone down, some of the charges, but mostly it's on average 2.7% increase, which is in below CPI, which is a good news story with our fees and charges across the board. So it's been moved and seconded. Any other comments, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, sorry. So we'll go again, sorry. All those in favour? Against? So Councillor Sander has voted against the fees and charges. So now we're moving on to item 13.5, which is the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee extension to the committee members. So that's on page 231 of the agenda. So the Officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approve the temporary extension of the current members of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee until the 31st of December 2026. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the reason for this is at the moment we do not have an Arts, Culture and Heritage employee, in that we don't have anyone in that space looking after our museums and the arts at the moment. So we really need, and we haven't had the time to go out and ask for expressions of interest to be on the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee. So that's one reason why we're asking for the extension. And this will also give the current committee time to work on the terms of reference, because the knowledge that we have on that committee, the knowledge of the people that have to lead that committee according to the terms of reference, is really vast, and I don't want to lose that just yet until we've gotten as much as we can out of them. I'd personally love to keep some of them on the committee because of their knowledge, but sadly we can't.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So any other discussion or comments, questions? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.6, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report on page 232. The officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as at the 10th of June 2026 be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.7 on page 238 of the agenda. And this one here is to do with delegated authority reports. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council note and receive the delegated authority report for the month of May 2026. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, second by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.8 on page 240 of the agenda. South Bennett Regional Council Waste ID and Backflow ID Trial Findings Report. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council adopt the continued use of the electronic waste ID and backflow ID system for managing and regulating household wastewater systems and backflow prevention devices and include the relevant subscription costs in the 26-27 budget. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Comments? So the trial cost to date was entity hosting the online platform was $2,400. And the cost for the 500 waste ID tags, $6.50 each by 500 tags is $3,250, and 300 backflow ID tags, $10 each, equals $3,000. So the feedback has been, apparently from the plumbers, has been positive, and I believe the businesses involved and the community involved has been, the feedback has all been mostly positive. So if anyone want to comment, or everyone happy to vote, put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Oh, sorry, we just, all those in favour, against. So Councillor Sander has voted against this particular motion. So the next item is 13.9 on page 252. And this one here is the extension to infrastructure charges and planning incentives. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, 1, approve the extension to the Developer Incentive Scheme DIS for 1 year after the previous extension concludes, extending from the 1st of January 2028 to the 31st of December 2028. The proposed 1-year extension provides a reasonable amount of time for developers to move through the planning application process and progress to a stage where a development can be implemented in time to take advantage of the reduction in charges available. And there's a graph there, a graph of the discounts. So 50% discount for any commercial use or industrial activity, 50% discount for long-term employment generating development, 75% discount for reconfiguration of a lot for residential development, 75% discount for residential development excluding in the rural residential zone, 100% discount for residential development in the rural residential zone, or 100% discount for rural or tourist activity, example, short-term accommodation in the rural zone. Recommendation and approval, Manager Planning and Development. That was through the Office of the CEO. So that incentive, we've had that for quite some time, and we're just trying to get more, particularly residential development in our region. So I think that's a really good outcome to do it for another, to extend it. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, second by Councillor Potter. Councillor Height.
Just two things. Firstly, there is a typo in the summary. Did that get adjusted yesterday? Just the year. The second dot point is 18th of June 2025, not 2026. And I'm in favour of this because I think it gives certainty to developers that they've got that length of time ahead to look at developments they might be doing. So yes, I am supportive of it.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very supportive of this too, but I just would like to ask one question. When they say short-term accommodation, can I just ask what the actual meaning of short-term accommodation is, please?
So Manager or Acting Manager Kim, did you want to answer that one, or Officer Sam?
Through you, Mayor, for conciseness, I will actually get the definition up in our planning scheme, so this isn't misconstrued. Should have brought a mouse.
Councillor Sander.
Is that in that second dot point, Ros, is that you picked up the 18th of June? So that should be this, well, it should be the 17th of June today. Right, so that's last year's, the wrong date.
So, Officer Sam?
Through you, Mayor. So short-term accommodation uses are motel, backpackers accommodation, cabins, serviced apartments, hotel and farm stay. So it's generally accommodation that you provide of less than 3 consecutive months to tourists.
Thank you. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Height?
So is there a reason why we give 100% discount? Because this is paid for by the ratepayers for particularly that short-term accommodation for a business, and we're giving them a discount and asking our ratepayers to pay for all of their infrastructure charges.
Well, it's basically to encourage residential development. So they had that same discount opportunity for quite some time. So that's just a continuation of that particular.
But that's not residential. That's actually a business. Short-term accommodation is a business.
100% discount for rural or tourist activity, example, short-term accommodation in the rural zone. Sorry? You want to take it back to 75?
I think it should be. I just don't think it's fair for our ratepayers to be subsidising a business. I mean, very happy to support businesses and give them a discount, and we do want more residential development, but that last one is actually a business, and we're asking our ratepayers to support one business. So, I mean, I think 75% is probably fairer.
So it's anyone, a developer can be, so they're all, if it's private development or whatever, but so we're only just, the reason why we have these discounts is to encourage development of short-term accommodation from a business. I agree, it's a business.
Sure. But it's still balancing. Yes, we want incentives, but yes, we're asking our ratepayers to pay these fees. And I just,
so
I think 100% is too generous.
Would you like to move an amendment?
I would like to move an amendment that maybe the last two are 75% rather than 100%.
So Councillor Hyde has moved an amendment, and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter, if you wanted to accept that as if the mover and seconder are agreeable, then it can become the motion.
Can we have a little bit more discussion about this, please? Because I'd like some numbers and things like that with regards to this one, if that's possible. I'm sorry to put that on the staff, Madam Mayor, but I wouldn't mind some, before I do agree to this, I wouldn't mind some numbers and, as to what this is costing us as council.
So then that would be, I think we'd take it, CEO Marcus suggested that be taken then as an amendment. So that's moved by Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Erkins. So we'll discuss the amendment. So Councillor Height.
I think I've clarified it. I feel we want to encourage development, but like anything, there's a balancing, and we want to encourage development, but we've also got to consider that our ratepayers are paying for these infrastructure charges. And I just feel that paying 100%, expecting our ratepayers to pay all of the infrastructure charges is the little balance is a little out of balance, because I think that's too generous to a business. And I think 75% encourages development, which is absolutely what we want, but also balances the fact that they should be paying something towards their infrastructure charges. That's probably my rationale.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Potter.
Oh, sorry, I was just wondering on those numbers.
Oh, okay, sorry. So Councillor Deneen.
I agree with Councillor Height that we want to encourage people, but these people have the capacity for earning a little bit more money than the other categories, and I just think it's a great idea to go back to the 75%. Probably we should have picked it up in the workshop. I'm glad we've picked it up now. Thank you very much, Ros.
So General Manager Kerry or Acting Manager Kim, are you able to give those figures to Councillor Potter or to the chamber, or do we need more time?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we have got some figures that we've pulled together. Haven't been able to verify 100%, but so this current financial year, So from January. Okay, so from the start of this calendar year, so January to now, the total amount of discounted charges, so the discount portion that's been discounted, is 166,000.
Thank you very much. Then I agree with the amendment.
Okay, so so it's still an amendment. So we took it as an amendment. So any other discussion for or against? Are we ready to vote? So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the amendment becomes the motion. So the mover. So then I believe the mover is the original mover. So that, is it the same person? So it's been moved by, was it Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Potter? Oh, sorry, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So that's, sorry.
Yeah,
so
the amendment becomes a resolution. It's always a bit tricky, but it's the original resolution that's amended. So the primacy of, in this case, it's the same mover to the amendment as the original resolution, but the right of reply in our circumstance would fall back to the original mover, which would be Councillor Height. So the only changes in the resolution as presented is the 275%. That's correct?
The 200% changing to 75%.
Yeah,
yes.
to 275%. So, Mayor, we will tidy up the paperwork as far as rather than trying to copy and paste and
Yep. Okay.
now,
I think we're all on the same
yeah,
page,
yeah,
so I'm happy with that.
So we've got, so the motion, so the amendment becomes the motion. So it's been moved by Councillor Height and that was seconded by Councillor Potter. So are we ready to vote? No, well, the original motion was seconded by Councillor Potter. So it becomes the original. Yep. So we put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
I'm not sure. The original motion was moved by Denise.
So when a motion is moved and it's amended, when it goes back, the amendment becomes a resolution. It goes back to the original mover and seconder. It was the original mover and seconder was Councillor Height and Councillor Potter.
No.
No, she was the seconder.
I don't care because it's not an issue.
Yeah.
but-
So we recorded as, it was
so-
recorded as Councillor Height moving and Councillor Potter seconding.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Okay. So we're moving on. Everyone happy? So the next item is 14.1 on page 255. So this one is to do with the Black Spot program funding. The officer's recommendation is that South Brisbane Regional Council approves the submission of a Black Spot funding application for the safety improvements to Bix Road Corner for the 26-27 financial year. Moved by Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Councillor Sander.
Yeah, we've been advocating for a very long time to fix these crests on Bix Road. There was an accident that related in a death on Bix Road in 2024. So
I think it's last year.
So October 2024 it was, October 18, 2024. And we just have been advocating to different authorities over the time and working with our general manager of infrastructure, and this is a good application. I support this, and if it's awarded, then those rectification works on those crests on Bix Road will become a lot safer because there's over 100 cars or 100 traffic uses that road every day. We put counters on there, and the speed that they do travel through there is dangerous. So I have local residents texting me, almost weekly with dangerous situations on that road. So it'll be a good outcome for those guys.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any Councillor Height?
Oh, sorry.
So any other comments, discussion? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 14.2 on page 258. And the 258, which is the officer's recommendation. South Brisbane Regional Council not accept the ongoing maintenance and not ownership of the newly formed 470 metre road located off the Bunya Highway near Rurulan until the road is constructed in accordance with Council's construction of unmade roads policy. Number 2, post confirmation of the construction of the road in accordance with policy A, including budget considerations, the shoulder ceiling of the Bunya Highway at this subdivision for 46,800. Then B, recognise the road as Class 5B lower order access road. C, adopts the following names for the new roads: 1, Road 1, Wetlands Drive; Road 2, Dino Drive; and Road 3, Signet Lane. So that's the motion. So would someone like to move that motion? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. So Councillor Height.
So this is a nice little development down in Warulun. I do actually recommend people drive down and have a look. It's actually really nice, overlooking the wetlands. We discussed this a little bit yesterday and would like to, we need to do an amendment. No, that we do need, it's a little unfair to say to our ratepayers that you need to pay the 46,000 to upgrade the access to what's called Road 1, because Road 1 has been there for a long time and it hasn't been a problem. But we now need to consider whether it's fair and whether the developer should actually be paying for that. And Road 2 and 3, the gravel's pretty good, and that very short amount of grade 1 is only 30 millimetres of gravel, so does need to be upgraded before council can take it on. But yeah, I think it's a challenge, and then we do need to expect the developer to pay for the access onto the Bunya Highway.
So that's in contradicts what is in the recommendation.
So it's an amendment.
So we want to change it as sorry.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mayor. I have
Yeah,
sent
because we
through
did discuss this yesterday.
I
Yes.
have sent through a draft amendment for council to consider.
So that's
to achieve that,
So I need to move an amendment.
So well, I mean, if you want to just move the wording is as
Okay,
on the
so
screen.
not being part of this conversation, is this what was discussed? Yeah, okay, so this is where, so we'll look to Councillor Height first as the mover, please.
Are you happy that we just change it to, as you've just outlined, that would be that the section 46,800 get that we ask the developer to pay for that? Is that what you're wanting to change it to?
Yeah, until it's made. Yeah, I think that's correct. So what we discussed yesterday is that great development, happy that it's to go ahead, but it seems a little unfair to expect the ratepayers to pay for the access to the Bunya Highway from what will be Road 1 Wetlands Drive, and that actually should be the developer to do the sealing there, which is what TMR have insisted. I do recognise that's a little tricky because that road's been there a long time and the access is fine, but unfortunately TMR have come back and said that we have to upgrade that access. I think it's just bitumen, the access. Do you want to talk to Aaron?
So I'd be interested.
So this
to
is
have-
what we meant to move, I take it?
So yes, that's exactly right. Sorry.
Okay. So if
So-
the mover and the seconder were in agreement that this is what we meant to
Yes.
move, we'll strike the other one from the record, and because otherwise that'll
Get
get
them
very, you either have to formally withdraw the first one, but if this was the intent, we'll just move that into that spot.
Okay, so, and Councillor Deneen, are you happy with that change? So I'm just going to read that, for clarification, that South Bennett Regional Council not accept the ongoing maintenance and ownership of the newly formed 470 metre road located on of the Bunya Highway near Rural until the road is constructed in accordance with Council's construction of unmade roads policy, and the shoulder ceiling of the Bunya Highway at this subdivision, if required by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. Yeah.
Saying there, that's not keep saying.
The 46,800.
Paid by the. Okay, so we're not paying. I just clarifying that it's clear that council are not paying for it, that they're paying.
So, so anyone want to speak to this motion? So I've actually had
What's
a
the names of the roads?
thought change of heart overnight because I've been thinking about it, and I just like what I'm concerned about is that the developer is going to go. They're going to push back on having to spend that money because they'll probably only be able to afford to do the internal roads, and then on top of that, they're going to ask for main roads are asking for $46,800 upgrade of the Bunya Highway. Like it's a historical subdivision. To me, I just have thought overnight that I can just see that they won't do any of it. They'll just walk away from it. But we would like to see those Wetlands Drive, Dina Road, like all them named and done. So I am absolutely not supporting us asking the developer to spend that $46,800. And I just wanted to seek clarification from General Manager Meehan or Manager so Kevin, just where that came from. Like how come when a developer goes to just decide that they're going to want to grade roads and upgrade them, in its historical subdivision, why, for a start, did Main Roads even get involved if it was just a conversation between the staff and the developer? How did that happen?
Yeah, in terms of the access from the Bunya Highway, that was a conversation within myself and my team as to concern about if we accept these new roads, then what diligence have we undertaken in terms of the connection point onto the highway, and is that a risk to council if we do accept those roads? Then do we potentially, are we on the hook essentially for whatever protection works Main Roads ask be done?
So then did they had a look at it, and then we've quoted, not Main Roads hasn't quoted the cost. We've done a desktop assessment, or how?
That's correct. So the advice back is that they would like their shoulder protected, which typically is around a 2 metre bitumen seal on that intersection point. We've done some desktop costing estimates and provided that within the report. So that's very much an estimate.
The question I'm just asking is, if they would like their shoulder protected, why would they not have to pay for that? Why does council have to pay for that? To me, it is cost shifting. It's cost shifting, straight out cost shifting.
I can't see how. I don't know how you come up with that. He's doing it. He's selling land. He wants access to that land, and it's coming onto a main road. It's the same as anyone else who puts something onto a main road, and the main roads department they'll say, well, we want that upgraded because it's on the main road. I don't see that it's any different. Just because it's historical, it doesn't make any difference. There's still going to be more people coming on and off that road. And if we say, no, you don't have to pay for it, we pay for it, as Councillor Height said, why should the ratepayers pay to help that developer get approval to sell his blocks of land or be able to get the roads done for his block of land, it's not the rest of the ratepayers.
No, I'm not asking for them.
So if the main roads ask for it, it's his responsibility. It's not council's responsibility. Surely, I can't see where your argument comes from.
Because the bit that's ambiguous is that road, Wetlands Drive, has been there a long time. It's actually a very good access. There's nothing wrong with it. And the road's been there a long time and it goes to the grain silo, so it gets regular use. This development is actually roads 2 and 3, and the developer has done the roads up really well. And, you know, I don't have any problem with it. I'm just a bit confused because yesterday we were told that TMR had told us we had to do that shoulder sealing. And so I thought, well, if we have to do it, then it's unfair on the ratepayers. But I mean, I don't think it needs sealing because it's a dead flat road. There's great visibility. It's very flat. There's nothing wrong with the access. So if we don't have to do it, if it doesn't have to be done, well, that's good.
I don't have any objection if it doesn't have to be done, but I don't think it's our call to say whether it does or doesn't have to be done. If main roads say it needs to be done, they should be the ones paying for it. And I don't, you know, for us to say, no, it doesn't, it's always been there. What happens if there's an accident there, regardless of what it's from? If we have overridden it, I mean, I just think it's main road's call. And if main roads say it needs to be done, I believe it's the guy who wants the access in there. There's a big difference between people going to that shed and, you know, half a dozen houses down there. Can be a lot more people using it and coming in and out of there than what is there at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Sander.
So my concern is that if, you know, if someone wants to put in a driveway to their property, it ends up costing them, they've got to put pipes and there's certain things that they got to do, and the water's not allowed to run off of those driveways onto the road, to not allow gravel to wash onto the roads. We've got rural roads in our area that lead onto main roads and there's gravel around them, and it's like, if this one's such a problem, then why have our other 760 roads that we got that lead on to main roads aren't a problem?
But it's not our call, it's main roads
Yeah,
call.
but sorry, with respect, I don't think the issue was that main roads only got involved because we went to them. If we hadn't gone to them, the developer could have just done up his internal roads. We've jumped, in my opinion, we've jumped ahead and just said, oh, well, what would be, would main roads have even bothered with it if we hadn't progressed it? That's my question.
Yep, and in my view, that was the risk that council faced. If we put a sign up, it's now a named road that we look after, not just a private access. And if we, knowing that there was only 30 mils of gravel, if we needed to undertake any work on that section, for us to do work on that intersection, we still need to talk with Main Roads and get approval through a road corridor permit to do work. One of the conditions that they potentially could put on is this sort of shoulder protection work. And my view was that we needed to deal with this sooner rather than accepting the developers' infrastructure and find out later that, again, we're on the hook, council's on the hook for this cost upgrade.
Thank you, Manager. So, thank you. I'm not sure whose light was on next. Councillor Dineen.
I agree with Manager. So I think our staff are merely preempting what will more than likely happen if main roads, and they will be asked about the access, you know, they'll be involved in it because it's off the main road. And then if there was a problem there later on, then it's all our fault again. Our problem, our ratepayers' costs. So I just think that this is actually quite fair.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Councillor Little.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm still unclear. Has TMR given us a direction on what they want done on that access, or is it us preempting what may happen
down the road.
Yep, through you, Mayor. So we've had discussions with TMR, and that's the advice that we've received is that they would be asking for shoulder protection work.
Okay, thank you. I was still, with all of that going on, I was
Went
still
back and forth
unclear.
with it.
It was unclear to me anyway, so thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Potter?
Thank you. So with regards to this, I am just curious as to why main roads are making a big thing about the shoulder work. I have been at them to do the shoulder on Weeks Road and trying to get a bit of bitumen or asphalt to go into Weeks Road because it's on a bend. They've got a passing lane on there, and yet they're going to make them do asphalt here. So I'm just wondering why there's double standards with main roads and why they're asking one, but they don't actually want to do other stuff. I'm just curious about double standards.
Thank you. Did someone want to answer that? General Manager Aaron or Kevin? Manager Kevin?
Potentially on Weeks Road, which is a council road, if council was minded to upgrade the intersection, then that's certainly a call for council.
Thank you, Manager. So, Councillor Hyde?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that access, which you can see in the picture, and if you drive past, you can see, it's probably 20 metres of gravel to go in. So when it gets bitumened and it's 2 lane, but the trucks obviously have been coming in at an angle because there's lots of trucks go to the grain sheds, it's actually, bitumening it is going to make it more dangerous because if it has to be bitumen, the developer will only need to bitumen one access, and there'll be lots of gravel on the side and the trucks will come on the side and it will be more dangerous. So it's one of those sort of situations where, yeah, I think sealing it's going to make it more dangerous personally because you can see in the picture how wide it is.
Thank you,
But
Councillor.
anyway, look, I'm happy with that motion because what we've said there is if it has to be sealed, then it's the developer's responsibility, not our ratepayers, which I think is only fair. But I hope they don't make him seal it because I think it makes more sense for it to stay as it is because it's a really safe entrance as is.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Sander?
Another thing that concerns me is our council staff's probably done the bare minimum of works there that could be possibly done if it was required. If main roads actually comes back, the fact that it's in a 60 zone may help it, but they would probably want a passing lane, like not an overtaking lane, but a turning in lane on that. If you're heading southbound, if trucks were turning in there all the time, they would probably want a passing or like a turn in lane, which is widened, and it would end up costing 400 or 500,000.
Any other comments, discussion? So are we ready to vote? So the motion is that it's been moved by Councillor Hyde, second by Councillor Deneen, that we not accept, well, I don't need to read it out. I think we've all pretty clear on it. So those in favour, those against. So the motion has been carried with Mayor Cathy Duff voting against it. Thank you. So the next item.
Mayor, before we leap into moving the next one, are we moving the one on the page? Was there another discussion about this one too for an amended, which is fine, but just so we put the right one. Danielle, you've got another, that's the amendment highlighted, and we've got the original one, top one, yep. Yeah, we'll need to move it, but I just want to make sure we move the right one.
Okay, so we're moving on to item 14.3 on page 264, Nistram Road Buoy, and the recommendation, is it the bottom one or the? So, well, So do I move?
Well, councillors can move either one. Neither of them are an amendment. There's a recommendation or an alternative motion.
Okay, so
So-
does someone want to move one of the other two? One of the other? So Councillor Erkins, if you could put your light on, please.
Sorry, the South Burnett Regional Council add the 600 metre road construction upgrade and ongoing maintenance of Nystrom Road buoy to the unmaintained road register and to be considered with all requests for upgrade in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that, Councillor Height. Any discussion? Councillor Erkins, did you want to discuss this?
Yep. I've actually been out and had a look at the road, and it is a terrible road. However, there had been some discussion and an agreement made with the owner out there that he was going to do a section of it and council would do a section of it. And while he has done a fair section, he's done a good job on some of it, probably the worst part of it hasn't been done. And I just don't feel that at this stage, with so many other things that our road crews have got to do, that they can go out and put that as a priority. So if it goes on to the register, it will eventually get done, but it's not going to be something that's going to happen in the meantime. And the owner out there did contact me and say that one of his neighbours had proposed organising some work for him, so that hopefully will make it more trafficable for him to get into his property. But I don't think that we can go back on what was already proposed and agreed to, but we are really backtracking a little bit, but it's not going on straight away. Am I correct on that, Kevin?
I guess, councillor?
Yeah, okay.
Just a question just to the roads team. So when we were at the engineering conference last night, the meet and greet, there was discussion around standards of roads and tracks, and I believe that some councils maintain the tracks if it's a tracks regarded as a track standard. So we ask the people who are wanting these roads upgraded, we ask them to bring it to a certain standard, then we would maintain it. Is that standard just a standard of all gravel roads, or do we have varying standards of what we ask for?
Yeah, through the mayor. So we vary the standards. So if someone wants a maintained gravel road, then they would bring it to a gravel road standard. Just with the tracks are generally unmaintained road reserves, where council might do periodic maintenance. So we might fill in a hole or something like that, but they would not be gravel roads. Most tracks would be unformed roads that we might do some minor maintenance on for access purposes. So a lot of times in the case of this one here, the applicant is able to traverse that road, but there's no problem with that. In the case of this, where they want to construct it to a gravel road to be maintained by council, they would be required to bring it to a standard. And obviously we have some, tried to work with proponents to make sure that the standard is fit for purpose. We don't just say everyone's got to bring it to 8 metres or 7 metres. We look at what their use of the road and what's actually possible through there. In the case of this section here, council has done some significant works at the start of the road to deal with some of the flooding sections and those bits through there that are wet. The section in between here is quite steep, and it's got some topography issues as well. So, which again, the person we would, happy to facilitate that person being able to do works to make sure they get vehicle access through there, but it wouldn't be brought to a standard that the ratepayer would be able to absorb the ongoing maintenance and costs of those roads. Because obviously, if the ratepayer is paying the ongoing maintenance, we want to make sure that we, limit the amount of damage that might be done to that road, particularly with water, so that the ratepayer is not slugging money there all the time, or mitigating that as much as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
Just to go further from there, Madam Mayor, we have a lot of bad roads, and I just feel that if I were to sort of say we need you to go out and fix that road now, that would be there would be other roads that would be missing out. And as I said, you know, it is trafficable, and he has done a great job of the section he has done. Council have done a great job of the section they have done. It's that section in the middle that would take a considerable amount of resources from council that are taking them away from other places. And I mean, I'm a big one for saying to people, you know, when they complain about petty things on their roads, to suck it up and drive more careful. But, you know, so I just don't feel that I can say to other people, no, we're not coming out to do your road because we're out doing a road for someone who had previously come to an arrangement. And I understand his circumstances have changed, but it still means that, you know, we can't take, especially with so much damage being done to roads at the moment, that we can't do it. Once it, you know, if it gets to the standard, then council can maintain it. And we are saying that we are going to put it on the list, but, you know, I can't guarantee when we're going to get to that. But I'm sure that council will work their hardest and try and get it up there to get it done, because we do understand his circumstances. But I just, as I said, I mean, it's okay to get one happy person, but then you get another 20 that are unhappy because they wanted you to go out and do something on their road. And I think you have to be consistent and you have to be fair.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Dineen.
I believe this motion doesn't indicate any urgency for us to do work on it. It's simply putting it on the unmaintained road register and to be considered with other requests in the future. I also wanted to point out that people building their houses on roads, blocks, tracks, when they buy the property, when they build the house, there is often no indication that isn't a road. They actually assume it's a road. And then all of a sudden, years later, they go, oh, my road's really bad. And council says, no, it's your road. You look after it. They have no idea until a certain point that it isn't a council road. You know, when you sell a property to someone, if it's got a signpost on it, or you can look on the map and it says the name of the road, you assume it's a road. I had no idea up until recently that council doesn't maintain these roads. I just assumed that they were council roads. They've got a signpost, they're on the map. And, you know, I don't believe that in any way, shape or form this was premeditated by the people who live there. I think that they probably just realised it's their fault and they've got to, because I don't think council knocked back their building application and said, no, you've got to form the road first. So, yeah, I'm going to have to support the motion. Thank you.
So those roads are council roads, but they are regarded as unformed roads. So that's
my point.
Yes.
No one, I had never heard of an unformed road until I become a councillor.
So we probably need to get some information out to the public about that, because there is a lot of perception that council will, if it's on the road register, that they will look after it and maintain it, but that's not the case. It's been challenging for a very, very long time for people to understand that, because it's just an expectation that council will do that.
Mayor Cathy, and that's what I'm trying to say, is that people have no idea it's on an unmaintained register. They don't know anything about that. They just think it's a road. They don't know that there's any other category except for it's a dirt road. It's not, my house is on it, you know? That's
exactly right. Councillor Erkins?
So just to clarify, in this situation, council did go out there, I'm not sure, was it 12 months, 2 years ago? And they did come to an arrangement with this guy that council would do a section and he would do the rest. Once he got it to the standard, then council would maintain it. However, what has happened, so he has done a section, council have done their section. It's the middle in between. That was his responsibility. His circumstances have changed. So he has had, I'm not actually 100% sure what the circumstance, but he can no longer operate machinery that he could, which he was going to be able to do and was going to do the road. So that's why he's come back to us asking for us to change it. But the conditions had already been set. So we're actually being asked to take over a section, you know, because of his changed circumstances. And as I said, so I'm happy that it goes onto our register to do that, but I understand it can't go on there to be done immediately. But we are saying that we will do that road eventually, but, you know, eventually we all know that, you know, we've all got, you know,
yeah.
residents that are on that list.
Yeah. So how long ago was the house built there?
It was done prior to our conversations.
I thought it was probably 15 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't actually know, Deb,
And
but
so
it was
the
prior.
agreement's only been 2 years ago. So he probably had no idea when they built the house 15 years ago, or however long it was. So it would have only been when they said, council, why aren't you fixing our road? And they said, it's not a road. So they wouldn't have a clue when they built the house there.
That's exactly right. All right, so we're ready to, it's been discussed. Any other comments? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is Harley Street footpath. That's in Bondi, and that's on page 271, item 14.4. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council co-contribute to the renewal of a section of the Harley Street footpath in Bondi along the frontage of the new IGA development up to the value of $30,000. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
Yes, the new IGA in Wandai is coming along nicely. I have to say that I think these sort of conditions should have been discussed when the development originally came, and I'm not sure why they weren't. The developer is obviously repairing the part of the footpath that they damaged, and the footpath was already very worn. So I think it's fair that council contribute. I don't think it'll be up to 30,000, whatever it is, the co-contribution, to get that sorted before the opening in about a month's time.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Sander.
Yeah, with this, I believe the developers making a contribution as well, which should reduce that. But it's also been mentioned that there is an asbestos Telstra pit involved in this, and that has now become council's responsibility to repair that Telstra pit because Telstra refuses to repair any of their assets. Is that correct?
So, Manager Kevin?
In terms of if we were to look to replace the footpath, we would look to correct the grade, in which case the existing Telstra pit would be higher than the rest of the footpath. If we were to look to interfere with the Telstra pit, it's our understanding that we would need to replace it with a modern pit, and that would be at our cost.
Thank you. Does that clarify?
How much approximately would that cost be, or you estimate what that cost would be?
At a pinch, $5,000.
It's we hear this all the time that Telstra doesn't repair any of their assets or replace. Like that'd be the optimum time to do it. If someone's ripping up a footpath, you think there should be some sort of process where Telstra would come in and upgrade their asbestos pits at those times. Like I know we have a lot of asbestos management to control, and the expense that it's cost us at the corner dump to pick up a little bit of asbestos, which we're put under the hammer for by the state. And I'm just wondering whether there's an opportunity here to advocate to either the Minister for Telecommunications federally or the Telstra CEO or someone, whether we can advocate for a streamlined process where we can replace our Telstra pits when we're upgrading footpaths, because it's not the only issue that we've had with them, is that it's over years we've had issues with Telstra pits.
So would you like to move that as a second, like another motion separate to this, and we'll just vote on this one and then we can move a separate motion? I think that's worthy of a separate motion. You happy with that, CEO Mark? Yep, okay. So are we, Councillor Dineen?
Am I able to move an amendment to this to make it up to the value of $20,000 instead of $30,000?
So yes, you can move an amendment. So unless the mover and seconder are agreeable to that, and then it can become the motion. So Councillor Height.
Well, it gets messy. What happens if it costs more than 20,000 and they're halfway through digging it up? This is why this should have been agreed in the original development. And it is, you know, it was a pretty bad footpath to start with. So certainly hope it's less than 30,000, but I guess the engineers have put that value there to be sure,
And you know, if we say 30,000, we'll end up paying up to 30,000.
So Councillor Hyde does not agree with the amendment to the 20,000 just to become the motion. So did you want to move a separate amendment?
That's fine.
No, okay. So we'll go back to the motion, which is up to the value of 30,000. Councillor, any other discussion? Councillor Hyde, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
I don't think I need to. I think I've explained. It was always a very old footpath, and it's a bit silly to have a lovely new shop and then in 6 months' time be digging up the footpath. So now is the time to do it. And so I think it will set that off quite nicely. It is a very wide footpath and it will add to the amenity of that area. So I think, yeah, we need to do that. I just wish this had been dealt with not a month out from the opening. I think this should have been dealt with earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was actually Councillor Hyde's right of reply. So we're ready to vote on this one? Sorry, Councillor Sander?
Yeah, this isn't a thanks to anything. I'm just wondering if we can add in there or ensure that the stormwater pipes, because I see in some of the photos that there's stormwater pipes there as well, that they be replaced at the same time as the project, because if they're not, then they'll come back in 6 months' time and dig it up to replace the stormwater pipes, the ones that are coming down off of the gutter on the shop.
So you'll just talk to the builder about that? So is that everyone happy that just, Councillor Sander, are you happy that just be a discussion that's not formalised?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So we're ready to vote. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we might break for lunch before the confidential section.
Do you want to do that other motion?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Sandia, you had another motion. Sorry.
Shot down again. I was
Sorry.
going to do a motion that we turn the aircon on in here, but we'll do one for the
So, Councillor Sandy, you want to move a motion about the Telstra?
yeah, that the South Bannock Regional Council write to either the Minister for Communications or the CEO of Telstra to get a streamline, or both, and get a streamlined process for all local councils, I guess, or us as a whole. Like when we're trying to do repairs or maintenance on footpaths, that we've got a contact or a streamlined process that they can do things and repairs in a timely manner.
So we're just going to get.
Now, do we want them? We want them to pay for the pit as well.
Yeah, well, it's their asset.
So while you speak to the motion, we'll ask for a seconder, and then we'll just CEO Mark and Danielle can put the motion onto the paper so we know exactly what we're voting on. So would someone like to second that? Councillor Little. So Councillor Sander, if you'd like to speak to it, and CEO Mark can work with Danielle to get that motion worded. Councillor Sander.
I can just remember back when we did the Main Street upgrade in Mergen, there was, I think it was around $117,000 was allowed for Telstra pit replacements. And I know we had all sorts of trouble trying to get the Telstra there, and it was all planned around them. It took 6 months for them to arrive and for them to carry out the works. But that's not the only instance. There was one like in Kingaroy in the CBD as well. But wherever you go, if you look, like I know there was an incident in Nanango where someone tripped on a Telstra pit that was not at the required height. And, you know, we try as a council to try and do our best to repair footpaths and to keep trip hazards at a minimum and to keep them compliant. But, you know, Telstra seems to be a law unto itself, and it does what it wants when it wants. So I'm hoping that we can try and, it's just another cost shifting exercise that, you know, that's, you know, our council and ratepayers have got to pay for these Telstra pits and repairs. Why should that be when they get, It's their asset.
That's exactly right.
We should
yes.
be able to just cut them off and fill them in and go straight over them and see how they like that.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So, Councillor Erkins.
I wonder whether that's not a motion that can be added to taken to the local government association, that they, bring it, that they lobby Telstra to, because, like so many places now don't even have phones, but they've got those pits. I had a pit outside some units of mine. It would have been 3 years that they had a thing around it, danger, because you could fall into it.
Yeah, look at the one in Kingaroy Street.
Can we do that, Mark?
So we can, so CEO Mark just said we can just add it.
Add it.
So are we writing to the minister, or then we?
Both.
Well, you kind of then, okay, yeah, we can, but
Well,
you
you
kind of
wouldn't
double
need
them
to
up.
write to the minister if it went to
LGAQ,
okay.
yeah.
LGAQ.
All right,
You'd
we'll
write
change
to
it
the
then.
Telstra CEO.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah,
would.
yeah.
So do you just want to change it to South Bank Regional Council, add to the LGAQ advocacy, like as a
Well,
resolution?
Just leave it at the minute, yeah, and then just a second dot point, Danielle, that we add this to the LGAQ resolutions, and then we'll sort out the formatting of from there when we fill it in the form.
Okay.
So Vicky Brady is the Telstra CEO. Like I'd go through her office for the Telstra complaint.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. You're happy with that addition to the LGAQ resolutions? And so, Councillor Little, are you happy with that? Okay, so Councillor Height.
The wording streamline process, does this give us what we want? I mean, I think it should be develop a new process where they pay for it. Like, I'm not sure of the words, but a streamlined process.
Honestly,
is that
councillors,
getting us what we want.
We're doing this off the cuff, and we're going to have to. I just said before, we're going to have to tidy up
All
some
right,
of the
you'll
grammar.
tidy it up.
So
We want it a little bit more
Yeah.
punchy.
I would actually put in there that the financial burden remains with Telstra as well.
Does that need to be? And this is like, does this need to be in the resolution or in the letter?
If we put it in the resolution, it has to be in the letter.
Well, it's going to be, yeah, it can be in the letter anyway. But anyway, yeah. So you've got two. So this is why, do we need to write, or are we sending it to LGQ if we're doing both? Happy to circulate the draft before we go. We'll need to tidy it up. But yeah, the intent of the resolution is that Telstra pays for the pits.
So maybe we just add in there that it be added to the LGAQ, or whether it's when it's added in the.
It has got, they've got that as an addition, but it just, did you want to have that, the financial included in the resolution?
Well, we put a streamlined process, and the financial burden for upgrade and contribution remain with Telstra.
Okay, so develop a streamlined process and the financial burden for any upgrades remain with Telstra. So the South Bank Regional Council write to the Minister of Communications and Telstra CEO to develop a streamlined process, and the streamlined process for, is it for dealing with Telstra pits, and the financial burden for any upgrades remain with Telstra or something like that? Anyway, we can get the wording. I think we've got the intent of the wording. So that is moved by Councillor Sander, second by Councillor Little. Any further discussion? Councillor Sander, did you want to exercise the right of reply?
I just think that a lot of people are probably, like the public, are fed up with it as well, because it's, if they're trying, even if someone was doing a new shop front or something and a Telstra pit wasn't where they needed it, they try and contact Telstra and they just pass the buck. So they just blame someone else or move them to another area in another area. I would like that we've got that consistency where if you want an asset repaired or replaced in a Telstra, of Telstra's, then you've got that process that you know who to contact. It's you're not going to be just chucked around.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded Moved by Councillor Sanders, second by Councillor Little. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So I've got no questions on notice, no information section. So would someone like to move that we adjourn for lunch and then deal with the confidential section after lunch? Moved by Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Do you want to come back at 1:30? Thanks, everyone. So welcome back, everyone. So we just, someone moved that we resume the meeting. So Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Put to the vote, all those in favour, against, carried. So we're now moving into the confidential section. And the reason why we're moving into confidential is item 17.1, request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 1408 1000000-000. Item 17.2, request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 12624-81050-000. Item 17.3, financial hardship rates application assessment number 20886-00000-000. Item 17.4, SBRC Q2526_90 development application Kingaroy Waste Management Facility. Item 17.5, Quarry Road Rural and Land Purchase Offer. Item 17.6, Award Zone 1-3 Unsealed SBRC Q-25/26_68 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.7, Award Zone 4-5 Unsealed SBRC Q-25/26_69 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.8, Award Zone 1-7 Sealed SBRC Q-25/26_75 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.9, Award Zone 6-7 Unsealed -7B SBR CQ-25/26_70 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.10, Award Zone 8-9 Unsealed SBRC Q-25/26_71 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.11, Award Zone 8-14 Sealed SBRC Q-25/26_76 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.12, Award Zone 12-13 Unsealed SBRC Q-25/26_73 to undertake flood damage restoration works. And that's all. So that's the reason we're moving into confidential. Would someone like to move that we move into confidential? So Councillor Sanders moved it and seconded by Councillor Dineen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So the first So welcome back. Would someone like to move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So item 17.1 on page 4 of the confidential agenda. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council grant a 50% waiver of water consumption charges for assessment 14081-00000-000. Would someone like to move that one? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.2 on page 8 of the confidential agenda. 17.2, the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council does not accede to the request for the waiving of water consumption charges for assessment 12624-81050-000. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.3, financial hardship rates application on page 11 of the confidential agenda. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve the following 5-year payment arrangement subject to final consultation with the applicant. Number 1, requests the owner enter into a payment arrangement for assessment number 20886-00000-000 for $110 per fortnight commencing the 1st of August 2026 for a period of 12 months. Number 2, payments increasing to $135 per fortnight from the 1st of August 2027 for a period of 12 months. And number 3, payments increasing to $165 per fortnight from 1st of August 2028 for a period of 12 months. Number 4, payments increasing to $190 per fortnight from the 1st of August 2029 for a period of 12 months. Under normal rate arrangement conditions, number 5, payments increasing to $240 per fortnight from the 1st of August 2030 for a period of 12 months under normal rate arrangement conditions. Number 6, suspend interest from accumulating while hardship payment arrangement is maintained. Number 7, a review of this payment plan monthly or at all times if council is advised that the applicant's circumstances have changed significantly. Number 8, the expiry of this payment plan upon payment in full of all outstanding rates and charges. And number 9, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate a suitable payment plan should the applicant reject or request a variance of this payment plan. So someone like to move that? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.4. Development application, Kingaroy Waste Management Facility on page 14 of the confidential. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council engages Resource Innovations for the partial delivery of SBRC Q2526_90 development application Kingaroy Waste Management Facility for the amount of $226,200. And number 2, delegates under S2571B Local Government Act Queensland 2009 to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, amend and execute the contract on terms and conditions that are acceptable to council, including contract variations. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Next item is 17.5, Quarry Road Rural and Land Purchase Offer on page 19 of the confidential agenda. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council continues to retain ownership of Lot 2 on RP 75886. Someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.6 on page 27 of the confidential agenda. So that officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, number 1, award Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust the contract subject to submission approval, SBRC Q-25/26_68 DRFA Reaper Zone 1 to 3 unsealed to the value of $601,482.38, excluding GST, and number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Next item is 17.7 on page 40 of the confidential agenda. That officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Purcell Civil and Construction Proprietary Limited the contract subject to submission approval SBRCQ -25/26_69 DRFA Reaper Zone 4 to 5 unsealed to the value of $1,004,927.33 excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Would someone like to move that?
Kathy, it's it's $972, not $927.
Oh, 900, what was it? 927.
972.
Oh, sorry, 972. $972.33. That's just a typo. So that one there, someone prepared to move that one? Councillor Sando, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.8 on page 53. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Bellwether Proprietary Limited the contract at SBRCQ-25/26_75 DRFA Reaper Zone 1 to 7 sealed to the value of $724,847.33 excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that? Councillor Deneen and seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 17.9. And that's on page 65. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Compact Proprietary Limited the contract SBRCQ-25/26_70 DRFA Reaper Zone 6-7 unsealed to the value of $802,184.14 excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.10 on page 78. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Purcell Civil and Construction Proprietary Limited the contract SBRCQ-25/26_71 DRFA Reaper Zone 8 to 9 unsealed to the value of $359,861.49 excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that? Councillor Sando.
The fees, the prices are different to what? Same as the previous one. Yeah, the prices are different to what's in our scope. What's in the same as the previous. So in the evaluation, there's a difference.
So was the one before that?
So, yeah, the one before it. And 78, the page 78 and 79, there's 2 discrepancies in the price.
So that one there is $372,329.52 excluding GST.
But the officer's recommendation is lower. Like there's a discrepancy between the 2 prices.
So that's on page 78, that one.
I just want to make
check
sure
that
it's
one.
right for the meeting.
So the price in the recommendation is $359.
I would go off the actual spreadsheet on page 2 as the correct, which would be Purcell's 372,329.52.
Okay, so that's the that because that was the actual quote that they gave or the tender. So if we went, so $372,329.52. So we'll go with, so that's the recommendation. So it's been, so someone to move that. Councillor Sand, I think you moved it, and Councillor Daninas, was it? Oh, sorry, Councillor Oakens was the seconder. Councillor Sander?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, pricing, if you go off of that pricing anyway, but then is that going to alter, like, the next sheet, the next page over, is that going to alter each one of those jobs? We would have to, like, obviously that one there is the proper quote. So the back, yeah, the one with the list of the streets and roads with the pricing, what is, so it's actually added up to 359,861.
Unless they missed something.
We just got to get it right for the meeting, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
absolutely. No, that's a good pickup, actually, Councillor Sander. So was that the only one where there's been, you can see a discrepancy?
I'll go back and have a look because I didn't. The one before it's okay. So item 17.9 works out.
Yeah, from looking at the appendices, I would still use the figure as 372 as we identified it in there. 372, 329.52.
So that's the recommendation. So we'll add, well, that's the change to the recommendation. So that's 372, and that's the $372,329.52 excluding GST. So that's been moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander?
Put amended there, then if that's the case, because that adds up to not the correct figure in the table. So
the on the top of, so it was a deliberate, the number that was put in it, just rereading the report, marries up to the top paragraph on the top of page 80. Well, without going into the details, but the 356 number was a specific number that was assigned to that contract by the looks of it, and it's slightly different. So I'm sort of going with Kevin, is that we just use the number, which is a good pickup, councillor, that's in the table of the submission.
So any other questions, or Kevin, are you happy that we put this to the vote now, that amount?
At 372, yeah, yep.
So are we ready to vote? So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 17.11 on page 91 of the confidential agenda. And so the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, number 1, award Yesberg's Earth Moving Unit Trust the contract SBRCQ-25/26_DRFA Reaper Zone 8 to 14, sealed to the value of $1,268,022.50, excluding GST, and delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that. Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And the next item is 17.12 17.12, that South Bennett Regional Council, and that's on page 103, that award Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust be awarded the contract SBRCQ-25/26_73 DRFA Reaper Zone 12 to 13 unsealed to the value of $2,873,706.66, excluding GST, and delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that. Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And the next item is item 17.13 on page 115. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Purcell Civil and Construction Proprietary Limited the contract SBRCQ-25/26_74 DRFA Reaper Zone 14 unsealed to the value of $1,315,818.34, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required. Someone to move that. Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So that concludes the council meeting for today. Thank you to those still listening online and to those in the gallery. So thank you and have a great rest of the day. And go Queensland.